We call it a morning ritual, but strip away the branding and the barista art, and what you're really looking at is the world's most successful smuggling operation. It didn't start in a boardroom, it started in the dirt of the Ethiopian highlands, around 850 CE. One shepherd, a flock of goats twitching with unnatural energy, and a red berry that promised to cheat the one thing humans can't escape: exhaustion. From that moment, the bean didn't just spread, it escaped. It was put on trial in Mecca, smuggled out of Yemen, and used to fuel the industrial engines of Europe. It's a commodity that toppled kings and built empires on the backs of the exploited. But before we open the file, as always, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from, and what time is it for you? Whether you're lying down to rest, trying to fall asleep, or just curious about ancient beliefs, thank you for being here. Now, let's begin. A fire burned in the street of Mecca, not for a murder, not for a revolt, for coffee. Men in authority dragged sacks of beans into the open, ripped them wide, and dumped the black treasure onto the stones. Someone struck flint, sparks jumped, smoke rose. The crowd watched a new habit turn into a public warning. The officials did not argue about taste, they argued about control. They saw a drink that kept people awake at night, talking in groups, trading rumors, organizing thoughts. They did not want alert minds, they wanted obedient bodies. Coffee arrived in the world with a lie and a panic. That tells you enough. Ask 10 people where coffee began, and you will get the same story. A goat herder named Kaldi in Ethiopia notices his goats bouncing off the rocks after chewing red berries. He tries them, he feels the jolt. A monk scolds him. A fire roasts the beans by accident. The first cup happens. It sounds clean, it sounds marketable. It sounds like a tourism brochure with better lighting. Nobody can prove it. No court record, no merchant ledger, no dated manuscript from the 9th century that says, Kaldi found coffee, and here is what he charged per sack. The legend survives because it flatters everyone. It gives Ethiopia the origin, it gives monks the moral frame, it gives coffee an origin story that sells mugs. History does not work that way. History works like contraband. It slips across water in the dark. It changes names. It picks up new friends. It leaves bodies behind. Start with the plant. Coffea arabica grows wild in the highlands of what we now call Ethiopia. That part holds up. The genetics point there. The ecology points there. If you want a birthplace for the species, the forests near the old kingdoms give you one. Coffee did not appear in Yemen by spontaneous generation. Seeds do not fly across the Red Sea on prayers alone. People in the region knew the berries before anyone wrote about cups and cafes. A stimulant in a bright red skin does not stay secret for long. Someone chewed it, someone ground it. Someone mixed it with fat as a travel ration. Someone fed it to a tired body at a bad hour. Humans run experiments on everything they can swallow. They run them without permission and without notes. The problem is proof. Coffee began as a practice before it became a product. Practices leave rumors, not paperwork. Products leave receipts. Written records do not give Ethiopia the first drink. Written records point to Arabia, to Yemen, to a time when the drink already looked like a system. That matters because systems attract power. Power attracts violence. Violence attracts historians. That is why we can see Yemen. Picture the Red Sea as a narrow hallway. On one side you have the Horn of Africa. On the other you have Arabia. Boats cross it in hours on a good day. Traders cross it when the wind cooperates. Pilgrims cross it with desperation. Armies cross it when they smell profit. Coffee could have crossed it 100 times before anyone stopped to write a line about it. When the drink shows up in Yemen, in the historical record, it does not arrive as a cute novelty, it arrives as a tool. Men in Sufi orders used it to stay awake for night prayer. You can dress that up as devotion. You can also read it as a performance aid. A stimulant lets you push the body past its normal limits. A stimulant turns fatigue into a problem you can solve with a bowl and hot water. A stimulant makes discipline easier, and discipline makes institutions strong. Institutions rarely share their tools. Yemen had the terrain and the motivation. The mountains near the western coast offered cool nights, mist, and slopes that coffee plants can tolerate. Farmers carved terraces into hard land and turned small valleys into green steppes. They did not do it for romance. They did it for survival and trade. The old story from Yemen gives you another origin myth. A man named Omar, a healer or a mystic depending on who tells it, lives in exile. He chews berries, finds them bitter, roasts them, boils them, drinks the liquid and survives. The people see a miracle. The authorities welcome him back. Coffee becomes the proof. That story also has the right shape. Exile, hunger, discovery, redemption. It makes coffee look like a gift, not an invention with commercial consequences. Treat it like a witness statement from a drunk. It might contain a real detail. It also protects someone. Yemen did not just drink coffee. Yemen grew it with intent. Yemen turned it into a commodity with a choke point. The choke point had a name, mocha. Mocha was not a flavor. Mocha was a port. Ships came in and went out. Brokers weighed sacks. Officials watched the doors. News traveled with the cargo. Money traveled with the news. That port sat close enough to the farms, close enough to the shipping lanes, and far enough from rivals to act as a gate. Gates create monopolies. Monopolies create rules. Rules create enforcement. Yemeni traders and rulers did not want coffee plants taking root elsewhere. They did not want Java growing it. They did not want Venice roasting it. They wanted everyone else to buy beans that came from their hills and passed through their hands. So they tried a trick that sounds crude because it was crude. They roasted beans before export. Roasting kills the seed. A roasted bean cannot sprout. Roasting also adds value and mystery. A buyer cannot plant it. A buyer cannot trace it. A buyer must return to the source for more. That is the first real conspiracy in coffee history. People usually save the word for modern boardrooms. Yemen ran the original playbook with fire and water. Coffee did not spread because coffee was lovable. Coffee spread because coffee paid. The drink reached Mecca and Medina with pilgrims and merchants. It reached Cairo with scholars and sailors. It reached Damascus with administrators and soldiers. It reached Istanbul with men who loved any excuse to build a social club that did not need alcohol. As the drink traveled, it met the same question, again and again. What is this thing? What does it do to the mind? Who gathers around it? Who profits? Those questions sit under every moral argument you will hear. Clerics argued about coffee in legal terms. They argued about intoxication. They argued about imitation of wine. They argued about the fact that men sat in public places late into the night with cups in hand and mouths busy. A jurist can always find a phrase in scripture to match his fear. The real fear did not come from caffeine. The real fear came from assembly. You can control a man alone. You can scare him. You can buy him. You can threaten his family. You can confuse him with a sermon. Put men in a room together every night and they start comparing notes. They start telling stories about the tax collector. They start laughing at the governor. They start naming the corruption. They start noticing patterns. Coffee houses created a new kind of public life. Authorities did not invent public life. Authorities hate it. In Mecca, officials tried to crush coffee early. They staged bans. They punished vendors. They torched beans. Some rulers framed the ban as public health. Some framed it as religious discipline. The bans did not stick. People drank anyway. People always drink anyway, when a habit makes their day easier. A ban tells you coffee had already won enough followers to worry the people in charge. Cairo saw the same fight. Istanbul saw the same fight. Rulers who did not fear the drink still feared the rooms where the drink flowed. They feared jokes. They feared gossip. They feared planning. Some stories say Ottoman authorities punished coffee drinkers with savage theatrics. Even when the details blur, the intent stays clear. They wanted to make an example. They wanted to say, this cup belongs to the state. The state rarely wins that kind of fight forever. It does win long enough to make a point. The larger story in this first era is not a heroic discovery in a forest. It is a scramble over a stimulant that gave ordinary people a reason to gather and stay awake. Coffee changed the schedule of the day. It shifted night from private time to public time. It extended conversation. It sharpened memory. It let a man work longer without wine. It also let him think longer without sleep. A ruler can tolerate a tired population. A ruler can tolerate a drunk population. A ruler cannot tolerate a population that meets after dark, sober and angry. That sounds dramatic. It is also practical. Look at who drank coffee first in Yemen and Arabia. You see mystics who needed endurance. You see merchants who needed attention. You see scholars who needed hours. You see sailors who needed vigilance. You see administrators who needed paperwork. Coffee moved through the classes that already handled information. Those classes also handled dissent. Coffee did not make them rebels. Coffee made their rebellion easier to coordinate. So the early history looks like this. A plant grows in Ethiopia. People learn it has power. The practice crosses water into Yemen. Yemeni farmers and traders build a supply chain. Mocha becomes a gate. Authorities try to protect the gate with roasting and rules. Pilgrims and merchants break the gate open anyway. Clerics and rulers panic about assembly. Coffee houses take root as the public refuses to return to silence. If you want a conspiracy, look at the gap between the myth and the paperwork. The myth says a goat herder discovered coffee and everyone smiled. The paperwork says officials burned beans in the street and merchants guarded ports like fortresses. That gap exists for a reason. It hides the fact that coffee started as a controlled substance, not controlled by chemistry, controlled by politics. The drink held enough value that people fought over it before Europe even got a whiff. The Yemeni monopoly story also explains why the word mocha still clings to the drink. Brands love a name with dust on it. The name sells authenticity. It also covers the real function of the port. Mocha was a checkpoint. Checkpoint economics always end the same way. Someone bribes the guard, someone steals the seed, someone carries it out in a pocket, or in the lining of a robe, or in a diplomatic gift wrapped with courtesy. You can already see the shadows forming. Dutch traders prowl the region. Venetian merchants sniff for an edge. Ottoman officials watch the docks. Pilgrims cross borders with bags that look innocent. One living seed can create a rival empire. Yemen knew this. That is why it roasted beans. That is why it watched its hills. That is why it framed coffee as a local treasure with a religious halo. The halo discourages theft. The halo also turns commerce into identity. Identity makes people protective. Yet coffee still escaped. The drink had another feature that made escape inevitable. People could not stop thinking about it once they learned it worked. Sugar gives pleasure. Alcohol gives numbness. Coffee gives focus. Focus is not a luxury in a harsh landscape. Focus is survival. Focus helps you pray through the night, count your money, navigate currents, memorize texts, write contracts, march in heat, listen for danger, and outlast rivals. So coffee did not need missionaries, it needed exhausted people. The world had plenty. In the Ethiopian highlands, farmers did not run coffee like a global empire in the early era. They lived among wild plants and local use. They did not have the port monopoly. They did not have the shipping machine. Yemen had that. The story does not flatter anyone, so people avoid telling it this way. Ethiopia provided the plant. Yemen provided the system. The system shaped the modern world more than the plant did. When coffee crossed from Yemen into the wider Middle East, it carried the marks of its origin. It carried the smell of roasting. It carried the habit of late-night gathering. It carried an association with prayer and law and argument. It carried a whiff of contraband. Even the language hints at the confusion and the fight. People argued about what to call it. Some terms linked it to wine, some linked it to strength. People often name new drugs by comparing them to old ones. Language is a form of evidence. It tells you people did not know what they had, only what it did to them. Coffee made people talk. Authorities tried to silence them. That is the real beginning. A final detail matters before we move on. Coffee in this era did not taste like the watered-down office sludge that people pretend to enjoy today. It hit hard. It came thick. It came bitter. It came without milk. It came without sugar in many places. It was a functional drink first. People later turned it into dessert. That matters because the early drinkers did not chase comfort. They chased effect. They wanted to stay awake. They wanted to stay sharp. They wanted to stay in the game. You will see the same motive repeat in every era. Traders want an edge. Governments want revenue. Clerics want discipline. Workers want stamina. Brands want loyalty. Everyone wants control over the habit. Coffee simply offers a neat way to buy time inside your own head. They kicked the door in at dawn and found the cups still warm. Men scrambled to hide what sat in plain sight the night before, a pot stained black, a grinder that smelled like smoke. Small bowls with a bitter film stuck to the rim. The raid did not target alcohol. The raid did not target weapons. The raid targeted coffee. A judge signed the order. A preacher supplied the language. A local strongman supplied the muscle. They did not want a drink. They wanted to smash the room that came with it. Start in Yemen again because the pipeline ran through Yemen. The mountains grew the beans. Mocha ran the gate. Traders packed the sacks. Pilgrims carried the habit. That habit hit the Hijaz first. Mecca and Medina ran on human traffic. Every year, people arrived with dust on their faces and prayers on their tongues. They carried stories, diseases, and new appetites. Coffee rode in with them. A drink that kept a worshipper awake fit the schedule of a holy city that never really slept. Mecca did not greet coffee with curiosity. Mecca greeted coffee with suspicion, because the people who first embraced it did not drink quietly. They drank in groups. They drank at night. They argued. They recited. They sang. They treated the cup like a ticket into a private world that sat right in the open. The authorities watched it grow and saw the outline of a problem. Coffee houses gave strangers a reason to sit together without a family tie. That alone upset the local order. Add politics, add gossip, add petty grievances, add the usual grievances that every tax system produces, and the room starts to look like a threat. Rulers in the region already knew what happens when crowds find an excuse to gather. They had seen sermons ignite riots. They had seen marketplaces turn into flashpoints. They had seen pilgrims spark tension with locals over nothing more than a look. Coffee houses added a new ingredient, one the state could not tax easily at first. Caffeine sharpened attention. It held men in a room longer. It kept them upright after the day should have knocked them down. A tired man goes home. An alert man stays and talks. Talk turns into planning faster than any ruler likes. So the bans started early. In Mecca, officials and jurists fought over coffee in the early 16th century. They did not fight over flavor. They fought over the word intoxication. They fought over public order. They fought over the sight of men lingering after prayer instead of leaving. Some sources describe a dramatic public burn of coffee beans and grounds. Whether every detail holds up in every telling, the pattern does. Authorities tried to stamp it out with spectacle. They made coffee look like contraband. They treated the beans like evidence from a crime scene. A government does not stage a public burn of a food item unless it fears what that item brings with it. The drink kept moving anyway, because the routes that fed Mecca fed the rest of the region. Cairo sat on the Nile and on the map of every serious trader. Cairo also held a large community of scholars and Sufi orders, people who already worked late and debated hard. Coffee slid into that world like it belonged there, because it did. A nightly chant and a nightly cup make natural partners. The cup kept the eyes open. The chant kept the mind focused. The room filled with men who could not stop talking. That room drew the attention of moral police and local power brokers fast. They heard music, they heard laughter, they heard a kind of social freedom that did not require wine. They could not tolerate it. Cairo did not run on pure theology. Cairo ran on factions. Mamluk elites, merchants, scholars, Sufi lodges, judges, street toughs, and ordinary workers all pulled at the city in different directions. Coffee houses became neutral ground, which means they became contested ground. A neutral ground lets rivals meet. A neutral ground lets ideas jump from one social circle to another. A neutral ground lets an angry artisan speak in front of a minor official and discover the official shares the same complaints. That scares systems built on hierarchy. When officials tried to shut coffee houses, the owners found ways around it. They moved the gatherings. They served the drink in private homes. They rebranded a coffee house as a place for games or poetry. They leaned on patrons with influence. They bribed guards. They appealed to judges. A ban needs discipline from the top to succeed. Most regimes do not run on discipline. They run on deals. Coffee thrived on deals. The same story played out across the Ottoman world, only louder. Istanbul took coffee and turned it into infrastructure. Around the middle of the 16th century, entrepreneurs opened some of the first known coffee houses in the city. People called them places to drink, places to talk, places to hear news. The name hardly matters, the function matters. Coffee houses in Istanbul became information markets. People brought letters. People repeated gossip from the docks. People shared news from the frontier. People tested jokes about officials and watched who laughed. A coffee house did not just sell caffeine, it sold an audience. The state noticed. The Ottoman court had reasons to worry. It ruled an empire that stretched over many languages and loyalties. It depended on governors, janissaries, clerics, and tax collectors, all of whom could turn on the center when they felt slighted. Coffee houses gave those groups a common room. A common room makes coordination easier. A common room also makes surveillance easier, so the state tried both. Some sultans and officials tried bans. They framed the bans as moral concern. They also framed them as security policy. Coffee houses hosted satirists. Coffee houses hosted poets who could cut down a minister in a single line. Coffee houses hosted gamblers and chess players and storytellers, which sounds harmless until you remember that stories shape loyalty. A storyteller can turn a local hero into a symbol. A symbol can become a rallying point. Ottoman authorities went after coffee houses when they believed the rooms fed dissent. They did not always succeed. The empire needed merchants and sailors and soldiers who stayed awake. The empire also needed tax revenue from the growing trade, so the crackdowns came and went. Every new ruler had to decide whether he wanted to tolerate a social world he could not fully control. The most extreme crackdowns carry a particular smell: fear. A regime only resorts to terror when it believes it has lost the soft tools. Accounts of Sultan Murad IV often paint him as a man who treated coffee as a personal enemy in the early 17th century. Stories say he punished coffee drinkers harshly, not because he cared about the drink, but because he cared about obedience. Even if you discount the worst tales, his posture toward coffee fits a familiar profile. A ruler looks at a gathering place, sees plots in every corner, and responds with brute force. Coffee did not cause the paranoia. Coffee gave the paranoia a target. This is where coffee stops acting like a regional curiosity and starts acting like a political technology. It trained people to meet. It trained people to trade information. It trained people to sit together for hours with a shared ritual. You can call that culture. You can also call it a network. Networks change power. Think about what people did before coffee houses. They met in markets, mosques, guild halls, homes. Those spaces came with rules and gatekeepers. A market has merchants. A mosque has clergy. A guild hall has masters. A home has a family. Coffee houses created a space that sat in between. Anyone with a small coin could walk in, sit down, and listen. That kind of access tends to irritate elites. Coffee also changed the daily schedule. It carved out a period after dark when people could stay sharp without alcohol. That alone shifted the tone of public life. Alcohol loosens tongues and blurs memory. Coffee tightens tongues and sharpens memory. A drunk forgets what he promised. A caffeinated man remembers what you said and repeats it tomorrow. That makes coffee a dangerous companion for any corrupt system, because corruption depends on forgetfulness. Religious debate did not vanish. It simply adapted. Legal scholars and clerics argued about coffee using the tools they had. Some tried to classify it as an intoxicant. Some argued it did not intoxicate, it only stimulated. Some fixated on the behavior around it: music, laughter, late nights, mixed company. You can see the law chasing a moving target. Coffee itself did not fit the categories. Authorities chose the category that justified the outcome they wanted. When rulers wanted to shut coffee houses, clerics supplied the doctrine. When rulers wanted to tax coffee, clerics found room for it. This dynamic shows up across history. Moral panic often hides a political goal. Coffee houses also became stages for informal journalism. People came to hear the news read aloud. They came to hear traveling merchants talk about prices and wars. They came to hear sailors describe storms and blockades. In an era with limited literacy, coffee houses functioned as newsrooms with no editor. That kind of news spreads fast and mutates faster. It can also expose lies from officials. A governor can claim stability. A merchant from the next city can laugh and list the dead. The trade expanded with the habit. Yemen still controlled most production in this period, which meant Middle Eastern demand still fed the Yemeni monopoly. The more people drank, the more power Mocha held. That power drew foreign attention. European traders did not discover coffee by reading a pamphlet. They discovered it by following money. When a commodity moves across empires, someone outside the empire wants a cut. Ottoman control over key routes created another layer of politics. Coffee traveled inside an imperial system that could tax, regulate, and punish. It also traveled along routes that smugglers knew better than any official. The Red Sea and the Arabian Sea hosted a constant game between customs and contraband. Pilgrims helped, sailors helped, merchants helped. Everyone helped when the margins looked good. Middle Eastern cities became training grounds for coffee's next life. They developed the rituals, they developed the brewing methods, they developed the idea that coffee belonged in public conversation. They also developed the state response. The response had three parts. The state tried bans, the state tried taxes, the state tried surveillance. Bans rarely lasted because the habit was too useful and too popular. Taxes worked better because they allowed a ruler to profit while pretending to tolerate the custom. Surveillance worked best of all because a coffee house offered a simple solution to a hard problem. Instead of chasing whispers in alleys, you sit an informant near the door and let the whispers come to you. This is where the noir part becomes literal. Coffee houses attracted informants the same way they attracted poets. A suspicious government can always find someone who needs money. It can always find someone who wants revenge. It can always find someone who will trade names for safety. Coffee houses became places where an innocent joke could travel to a courthouse the next day. People understood this. They adjusted. They talked in codes. They used riddles. They leaned on humor. They claimed they spoke about poetry when they spoke about ministers. They claimed they spoke about chess when they spoke about war. Every time the state tried to close coffee houses, it proved their importance. A regime does not pick fights it can ignore. It picks fights it fears. You can track coffee's spread across the Middle East by tracking the spread of that fear. Mecca feared coffee because it feared disorder among pilgrims and locals. Cairo feared coffee because it feared the mixing of classes and the autonomy of Sufi networks. Istanbul feared coffee because it feared organized talk among soldiers, merchants, and intellectuals. Each city offered a different excuse. Each city had the same problem. Coffee houses created a public that did not need official permission to exist. Coffee's expansion through the Middle East also created a model of consumption that Europe later copied with minor tweaks. The early coffee house served strong coffee and social access. It offered games. It offered stories. It offered news. It offered the feeling that a man could buy a seat in the world with a cup in his hand. A customs clerk in Venice opens a bale that smells wrong, not like pepper, not like clove, not like the sweet rot of nutmeg, something darker, burnt and sharp. And he watches a merchant smile too calmly, as if the cargo already paid for a judge, a priest, and a patrolman. And the clerk makes a note in ink that will not matter because the city runs on trade, and trade always outranks caution when the margins look good. Europe did not discover coffee as a drink. Europe discovered coffee as a product with a travel history and a reputation for trouble, a black liquid tied to Islamic cities, tied to late-night rooms full of talk, tied to bans and raids, tied to the kind of public life that kings and bishops pretend they can control. And when the sacks arrived through Venetian routes and Levantine brokers in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, Europeans did not ask first. How does it taste? They asked. Who drinks it? Who profits from it? And what does it do to the mind? Because Europe already had a long relationship with substances that change behavior: wine, beer, spirits, tobacco, sugar. And it had learned the same lesson every empire learns. A popular stimulant builds power for someone. The only question is who. The early European encounter starts with a problem of framing. Merchants marketed coffee as exotic and practical. Doctors argued about it as medicine. Clergy argued about it as contamination. The state watched all of them and asked how it could tax the habit without letting it become a meeting place that threatens order, and the tension shows up in the stories that survive. You see Venetians bringing beans through Mediterranean channels. You see travelers describing Ottoman coffeehouses with a mix of fascination and alarm. You see rumor and theology sprinting faster than shipping. And you see a continent that pretends it fears foreign influence while it buys it by the ton, because Europe does not reject the outside world. Europe just repackages it and claims ownership once it finds a way to profit. Venice acted as the first serious door, because Venice already handled goods that came from Muslim ports and moved into Christian markets. It already ran the delicate dance of buying from rivals while insulting them in sermons. It already knew how to bleach an origin story until it looked safe for a European table, and coffee fit the pattern. Saks arrived as another commodity in a world that treated spices like gold and treated sailors like disposable tools. And the people who first handled coffee in Europe did not treat it as a democratic drink. They treated it as a luxury. Physicians and apothecaries sold it as a tonic. Wealthy households served it as a novelty, and the working population watched from the edge. Because the first stage of any imported habit follows the same script. Elites test it, elites argue about it, elites decide whether it signals status or danger, then the rest of the city takes it anyway. The clergy played its usual role. It tried to police taste as if taste was a moral category. It warned against a drink tied to Islam. It whispered that the devil had brewed it in Mecca. It talked like the beans carried a religious infection, and the cynical part is not the prejudice. The cynical part is the timing. When the drink stayed expensive and rare, the panic stayed manageable. When merchants started pushing it harder and the habit looked like it could spread beyond elite circles, the panic grew teeth, because Europe did not fear coffee as a foreign drink. Europe feared coffee as a public drink. Europe feared the room that comes with the cup, the same fear that Mecca and Cairo and Istanbul had already rehearsed, the fear that ordinary people might meet without permission, stay awake, and trade information outside official channels. At some point, the church faced a practical dilemma. Coffee arrived, people drank it, merchants made money, bans would not hold without constant enforcement. Enforcement costs money, and the church does not like spending money on street-level policing when it can solve a problem with a ritual, so a famous story takes hold. Some advisors urged a pope to condemn coffee as a Muslim beverage. The pope tasted it, liked it, and blessed it. You can treat that as a charming anecdote if you want. I treat it as damage control. The church has always known how to neutralize a threat by absorbing it. Baptism works that way. The moment the highest authority signals approval, local priests stop treating the habit as heresy and start treating it as acceptable commerce. The same mechanism applies to any imported practice that looks unstoppable. The institution does not fight the tide, it claims it. Once coffee gained a foothold, Europe did what Europe does best. It built infrastructure around vice and called it progress. The coffee house arrived, and it did not arrive quietly. It arrived as a business model that solved several problems at once. It offered a sober alternative to taverns for men who wanted conversation without drunkenness. It offered merchants a place to meet and trade news. It offered writers a place to find patrons and targets. It offered political actors a place to test arguments in public, and it offered the state a place to watch all of them if it chose. A coffee house concentrates the city into a single room. You can call it culture. I call it a surveillance gift, because any government that wants to map a network loves a space that pulls the network into one address. England provides the cleanest example of how fast this moved. Once the concept caught, London saw the first coffeehouse open in the middle of the 17th century. People often cite a man named Pasqua Rosé as one of the early sellers, a foreign servant with access to beans and a willingness to deal. And within a few decades, London had hundreds of coffeehouses, not taverns, not private clubs, coffeehouses, and each one acted like a magnet for a particular crowd. Merchants clustered in one, lawyers in another, writers in another, sailors in another. And this specialization matters because it created an information economy that ran on caffeine. A ship captain could walk in and hear the latest gossip about insurance rates. A trader could walk in and hear rumors about wars that might close a route. A pamphleteer could walk in and hear a scandal about a minister, and all of it happened faster than official proclamations because coffee houses turned gossip into a market, and people always trade what they can sell. You can track the birth of modern finance in these rooms, not because coffee made anyone smart, but because coffee made the room possible. People did not need to shout over drunken singing. They did not need to fight through spilled beer. They sat, they listened, they wrote, they compared notes, they negotiated deals, and the city's elites began to realize that a cup for a penny could buy access to knowledge that used to belong to guilds and courts. And when knowledge becomes cheap, the old gatekeepers lose leverage. That is the part rulers never forgive. Paris followed with its own version. The coffee house became a place where aristocrats and intellectuals mixed in a controlled setting, controlled only by the price of entry and the risk of being overheard. And the French state already knew how to handle salons and pamphlets and rumor. It had a whole bureaucracy built for censorship and intimidation. Coffee houses gave rumor a physical address, which sounds like an advantage for the police, and it was an advantage until it was not, because the volume of talk grew faster than any police force could manage, and because the very act of gathering created solidarity. People who share a room share a mood, and moods spread. Europe's defenders of coffee framed it as rational. They praised it as a drink that sharpened the mind and sobered the body. They used it to insult alcohol. They said coffee houses produced productive citizens. They said coffee houses produced commerce. They said coffee houses produced polite debate. And that argument always carries a hidden agenda. Because the people who praise sober debate often want a workforce that stays upright and alert. They want clerks who can calculate. They want sailors who can stand watch. They want printers who can work late. They want an economy that runs longer hours without collapsing into drunken chaos. Coffee offered exactly that. So the same elites who condemned the drink as foreign when it threatened their identity began to embrace it when it improved their labor supply. Critics attacked coffee with health scares and morality plays. They warned that it would dry the blood, weaken men, inflame women, sterilize bodies, and disrupt the household. These claims sound ridiculous now. They sounded plausible then, because early modern Europe treated medicine as a battlefield of competing theories and commercial interests. And because moral panic always borrows medical language, it gives fear a respectable costume. Yet the pattern matters more than the details. Opponents used any argument that could slow the spread, because they understood that coffee did not just change digestion, it changed the street. It replaced the tavern as the place where men processed public life, and that shift threatened anyone who relied on a population that stayed either isolated or drunk. The state responded in the way it always responds when it senses a new kind of gathering. It tried to regulate, it tried to ban, it tried to infiltrate. And in England, the fear became explicit when the Crown tried to shut coffee houses down in the 1,670 seconds. Officials described them as places that spread false news and stirred discontent. The language sounds almost modern if you strip the archaic terms. The same accusation shows up in every era of media change. The state sees a new channel of information. It calls it dangerous. It calls it untrue. It claims it protects the public. It actually protects itself. And the attempt failed because coffee houses had already embedded themselves in commercial life. Merchants needed them. Writers needed them. Even government agents needed them because they used them to collect information. You cannot shut down a system you already rely on without cutting your own throat. This is the point where coffee stops looking like an imported drink and starts looking like an imported weapon that Europe learns to wield, not as a moral force, not as a civilizing force, as a tool for building networks, because the coffee house created a new kind of public sphere where money, news, and politics could mix without formal invitation. And Europe's ruling classes had a complicated relationship with that kind of openness. They liked it when it produced markets, they hated it when it produced dissent, and coffee produced both. You can see the hypocrisy in the way authorities treated coffee houses during moments of tension, when war loomed or rumors of plots spread. Officials increased surveillance, they placed informants, they monitored pamphlets, they watched who met whom, they used coffee houses like traps, and coffee house owners played along because they needed licenses, they needed protection, they needed to avoid closure, and the owner who lets police sit in the corner can keep selling cups. Commerce makes collaborators out of everyone eventually, and the customers adapted too. They learned to speak in coded jokes. They learned to shift topics when strangers entered. They learned to treat every public room as a room with ears, which means coffee houses trained Europeans in paranoia as much as they trained them in debate. A noir city loves a place where everyone watches everyone else. Coffee also changed European colonial ambition in a quieter way, because once Europeans tasted it and built habits around it, they faced the same vulnerability the Middle East had faced, dependence on a supply chain controlled by someone else. Yemen held the key for a long time. Mocha still mattered, Ottoman roots still mattered, and every war or blockade or policy shift could change price and access. Europeans did not tolerate dependence when they saw profit on the other side of control, so the moment coffee became a mass habit, European powers began to look at the plant the way they looked at sugarcane and tobacco, as a crop they could relocate into their own colonies, and that decision did not come from curiosity, it came from fear of being at someone else's mercy. The European coffee story often gets told as a tale of enlightenment, of rational men in clean rooms discussing ideas over a hot drink. That version hides the machinery. It hides the spies and the price games and the propaganda. And it hides the simple fact that the coffee house was a business that sold access to information, and information always triggers power struggles. Because a minister can tolerate a private insult, he cannot tolerate a public narrative that spreads through hundreds of rooms each day. And coffee houses did not just spread narratives. They minted them. They took raw rumor and refined it into something repeatable. They taught people how to talk about politics as if politics belonged to them, and that is the real scandal. Look at what coffee displaced in Europe. It displaced the tavern as the default meeting spot for many men in cities. It displaced morning ale for those who could afford the switch. It displaced some forms of church-centered gathering, not because coffee made people secular, because coffee created a competing social ritual that did not require clergy, and any ritual that does not require clergy weakens clerical authority by a small amount. Small amounts add up across decades. The church understood this, governments understood this, merchants understood this, and the most cynical actors saw the opportunity. Coffee houses offered a place to recruit supporters, to sell ideas, to form clubs, to coordinate boycotts, to plan protests, to print pamphlets, to hire muscle. And once you see that, the old image of the polite coffee house starts to look like a costume over a back room. Europe's relationship with coffee also shows how quickly a continent can rewrite the story of a foreign good. Europeans called coffee an Oriental novelty. Then they turned it into a European institution. They built cafes that felt local. They wrapped the drink in their own customs. They stopped thinking about Yemen and Ethiopia and the Red Sea. They started thinking about London and Paris and Vienna and Venice. And this cultural takeover made the later economic takeover easier, because once a public claims ownership of a habit, it stops caring about the original owners. It starts caring about price and availability, and that attitude sets the stage for the next chapter, the chapter where European powers stop buying beans through someone else's port and start stealing seeds, planting them in colonies, and building a new kind of empire on caffeine. A Dutchman walks out of a guarded garden with a living coffee plant, and he does not look back, because if he looks back, he might show fear, and fear gets you searched, and a search gets you caught. And getting caught in this business does not earn you a lecture about botany, it earns you a cell, or a knife in a back alley, or a quiet deal where your employer pretends you never existed. And that single plant matters more than the man carrying it, because empires do not run on loyalty, they run on leverage, and a living coffee seedling is leverage you can plant. Europe stopped pretending it wanted coffee as a cultural accessory the moment the habit turned into a daily demand, and daily demand turns the supply chain into a choke point, and a choke point turns merchants into strategists, because Yemen held the old monopoly through mocha and roasting tricks and tight control, and Europe had already learned the basic rule of commodities. You can either pay the gatekeeper forever, or you can steal the gate. Europe always chooses theft when the math looks right. The Dutch did not wait for permission. They rarely do. They built a corporate empire in the open and called it commerce. The Dutch East India Company moved like a state with better bookkeeping. It fought wars. It negotiated treaties. It toppled rivals. It ran ports like prisons. And once Dutch agents understood that Yemen's dominance relied on keeping coffee alive only in Yemen, they aimed for the only thing that mattered: live plants, not roasted beans, not ground powder, not stories, live plants that could reproduce. And you can argue about the exact route and the exact moment, but the arc stays clear. The Dutch acquired coffee plants, and they moved them to their own controlled territory. They tested cultivation in greenhouses and gardens. They shipped seedlings through their network, and they found a place where coffee could thrive under their flag, Java. Java sat inside a system the Dutch already controlled through force and trade, and coffee trees fit perfectly into the colonial logic that Europe perfected. Take a crop people crave, plant it where you can control land and labor, then ship it to the metropole and convert it into profit and power. Coffee did not need a new colonial model. It simply joined the existing one alongside sugar, tobacco, indigo, and spices. And when coffee took root in Java, it did not just produce beans. It produced the first serious crack in Yemen's grip, because Yemen could burn beans in the street all day and still lose the war if someone else could grow the crop at scale. Colonial coffee did not expand as a gentle agricultural experiment. It expanded as an enforcement project. European powers did not plant coffee in tropical colonies because they loved the taste. They planted coffee because they wanted a stable supply that did not depend on Muslim ports, and they wanted a commodity they could tax, insure, and trade in their own markets. And the moment coffee became a plantation crop, the story got ugly in a very specific way, because plantations do not run on free labor. Plantations run on coerced labor and restricted movement and violence that stays just out of polite conversation. You can watch the French learn this lesson in real time, because the French did not want to buy coffee from Dutch rivals, and they did not want to buy coffee through Middle Eastern channels. They wanted their own source, and they had something Yemen did not have: a network of Caribbean colonies built for cash crops, islands already wired for sugar production, and already stocked with enslaved labor, forced to work under brutal conditions. Coffee slid into that system fast, because it promised profit without requiring the same infrastructure as sugar mills. A coffee tree does not need a massive crushing operation. It needs land, shade, and hands. And colonial systems always have hands, because they import them. Here is the part that reads like a heist, because it was one. A French naval officer named Gabriel de Cleur allegedly took a coffee plant from the Royal Botanical Garden and carried it across the Atlantic to Martinique in the early 18th century. People tell the story with heroic polish, storms, pirates, shared water, a noble struggle to save a fragile sapling. And yes, a living plant crossing an ocean is not easy, yet the real story hides behind the romance. A single plant represents a transfer of economic power. Someone moved proprietary biological material out of a controlled environment into a colony where the French could replicate it. That is not a love story, that is industrial espionage with leaves. Martinique did not treat that plant as a museum piece. Planters treated it as a printing press for money. They propagated cuttings, they cleared land, they expanded production, and the expansion did not stop at one island. French planters moved coffee across their Caribbean holdings. They moved it to Saint-Domingue, the colony that would become Haiti, and Saint-Domingue turned coffee into a machine. Saint-Domingue already produced sugar at horrifying scale. Planters had already perfected a system of extraction that treated human beings as replaceable parts. Coffee fit easily into the same violence because the same people who whipped cane cutters could whip coffee pickers. The same overseers who counted sugar barrels could count coffee sacks. And European consumers did not see any of it. They saw a fashionable drink in Paris and a new ritual in London. They did not see the plantations, because distance works like anesthesia. By the late 18th century, Saint-Domingue supplied a huge share of the world's coffee. Depending on the year and the accounting, you can see figures that hover around half. And even if you argue down the percentage, the core fact stays. One small territory under French control became a major engine of global coffee supply. And it did it through forced labor and a plantation regime that kept people in chains and kept them working until they broke. Coffee did not cause that brutality. Coffee profited from it, and profit creates silence. Because the people who benefit from a commodity rarely invite journalists to inspect the source. This colonial expansion did not happen in a vacuum. It happened inside a European competition for global dominance, and coffee became one more asset in that competition. Dutch coffee from Java began to circulate in European markets, and it gained a reputation for reliability. French coffee from the Caribbean competed on volume. British traders looked for ways to secure their own sources. Every power wanted a stream of beans that would keep its cities caffeinated and its merchants profitable. And the conflict over coffee was not just about cups. It was about strategic independence, because a city that depends on a rival for a popular staple becomes vulnerable to price shocks and embargoes, and European powers feared vulnerability more than they feared hypocrisy. They also feared each other's marketing, because coffee became a brand before branding had a modern name. People spoke of mocha as a mark of origin and quality. Then they started applying the label to beans grown nowhere near Yemen. Because commerce does not respect geography, it respects the story that sells. And European traders had no trouble selling colonial coffee under names that implied older authenticity. A buyer in Europe wanted a certain taste and a certain status. The buyer did not demand a verified chain of custody, so colonial coffee could ride on Yemen's reputation while undercutting Yemen's market share. And that is how you kill an old monopoly. You steal the product, and you steal the name. The moment coffee cultivation spread beyond Yemen, the original gatekeepers lost their leverage. Mocha still shipped beans. Yemen still grew coffee in its hills. Traders still tried to control exports. Yet the market began to change shape. European buyers gained options, and options weaken the supplier. That is the quiet violence of markets. No cannon needed, just alternative supply. And Europe created that alternative by planting coffee in colonies where it could enforce labor and ship goods at will. The labor question sits at the center of this chapter because labor determines scale, and scale determines dominance. Coffee plants take time to mature. They demand care. They demand picking at harvest. And the harvest requires patient hands. which is another way of saying it requires many people doing repetitive work for long hours. And European colonizers solved that problem in the only way they knew how. In the Caribbean and parts of the Americas, they forced labor through slavery and coercion. Then they treated the resulting coffee as a clean consumer good. Plantation owners did not need to invent new cruelty for coffee. They adapted existing cruelty. They built work gangs. They imposed quotas. They punished shortfalls. They used violence as management. And when consumers in Europe praised coffee houses as places of rational debate, they rarely acknowledged that the rational debate ran on irrational brutality across an ocean, not because they lacked intelligence, because the system rewarded ignorance. If you do not know, you do not have to care, and if you do not have to care, you can drink your cup and keep moving. Then the system broke in the one place where it mattered most. Saint-Domingue exploded in revolt at the end of the 18th century. Enslaved people rose up and fought. They burned plantations. They killed overseers. They forced France into a grinding war it did not expect. And the Haitian Revolution did more than change a flag. It shook the global coffee supply. Because when a colony that supplies a massive share of the world's coffee enters chaos, coffee prices respond. Merchants scramble, and rival producers smell opportunity. This is where the colonial coffee story starts to look like a power vacuum with beans, because the fall of one supply hub created room for others, and the most important other was Brazil. Not yet the overwhelming titan it would become, but already a landmass, with climates suited for coffee, and with a ruling elite willing to exploit labor at scale. Coffee reached Brazil through a story that also looks like a heist. A Portuguese agent named Francisco de Melo Palheita allegedly obtained seeds or seedlings from French Guiana in the early 18th century. Some tellings add seduction, diplomacy, and hidden pockets. Again, the details shift, the pattern stays. European powers treated coffee plants as strategic assets. They stole them, they moved them, they planted them where they could control the result, because control over coffee meant control over revenue and global influence. Brazil had two advantages that made it a natural candidate for coffee dominance: vast land and a labor system built on slavery that lasted deep into the 19th century. Plantation owners in Brazil expanded coffee cultivation in regions that suited the crop. They moved into the Paraíba Valley and later into areas that would fuel the rise of São Paulo, and they used enslaved labor to scale up, because coffee does not care about your laws. Coffee cares about water, soil, and hands, and Brazil had all three in the quantities that matter to a commodity empire. While Brazil rose, other regions joined the game too. The Dutch did not keep coffee confined to Java. Coffee spread across parts of Southeast Asia under European influence. The French pushed coffee into other colonies. The British experimented in their holdings, and the coffee map started to resemble the sugar map, a set of tropical and subtropical zones exploited to feed European consumption, with profits flowing one direction and suffering flowing the other. At this stage, Europe had effectively done two things at once. It freed itself from Yemen's gate, and it bound coffee to colonial exploitation. And those two moves worked together, because colonial production allowed scale, and scale allowed price drops, and price drops turned coffee from a luxury into a mass habit, and a mass habit created an even larger demand that justified even more expansion. It is the same feedback loop you see with sugar, and the loop always produces the same result: huge wealth for the people controlling trade and land, and huge human cost for the people doing the work. Europe also built the commercial systems needed to handle coffee at global volume, because growing the crop is only half the story. You have to ship it, insure it, finance it, store it, and sell it in ways that stabilize supply and reduce risk for merchants. And this is where finance and colonialism shake hands openly. Traders used credit. Futures contracts began to form in rudimentary ways. Insurers priced voyages, warehouses held stock, brokers speculated on price changes linked to weather, war, and revolt. And every layer of this system pulled profit away from the grower and toward the market centers in Europe, because that is what markets do when they sit closer to capital than to land. Coffee's spread through colonial networks also changed the cultural narrative in Europe, because once coffee became a colonial product, Europeans began to speak of it as part of their own economic identity. They stopped treating it as a foreign Muslim drink and started treating it as a normal feature of European life. And the shift was not just about taste, it was about ownership. When your empire grows the crop feels domestic even when it grows on stolen land. And that mental trick matters because it reduces resistance to consumption. It turns a formerly suspect drink into a symbol of modernity and productivity. In practical terms, coffee houses in Europe benefited directly from colonial expansion. They could access more beans at more stable prices. They could serve more customers. They could become fixtures of urban life. And as coffee consumption expanded, so did the political and commercial role of coffee houses. They continued to serve as information markets and meeting places, and now they also served as nodes in a larger imperial economy. A man in London drinking a cup now sat at the end of a chain that ran through Caribbean plantations, Brazilian estates, or Javanese farms, and he did not need to know it to benefit from it. The colonial chapter also includes another quieter conspiracy: the manipulation of origin and quality through naming and marketing. Because once multiple regions produced coffee, merchants needed ways to differentiate and to charge more, so they used place names as branding tools. They invoked mocha, they invoked Java, they invoked bourbon. They invoked exotic images that hid the basic reality of plantation agriculture. The names worked because consumers wanted romance and merchants wanted margin, and the truth of production stayed conveniently distant. Even the term Java became a kind of shorthand for coffee in some contexts, which tells you how deeply the Dutch shift mattered. Yemen did not just lose market share, it lost cultural centrality. The center moved to wherever the empire could enforce production, and the center eventually moved again to Brazil. This era also teaches a broader point about how commodities reshape geopolitics. Coffee became a strategic crop because it fed a social and economic habit that European cities came to depend on. And dependence creates policy. Governments and trading companies supported colonial coffee not out of charity, but out of self-interest. They wanted cheap supply, they wanted tax revenue, they wanted merchant dominance, they wanted to undercut rivals, and they wanted to avoid the humiliation of relying on a region outside their control for something their populations demanded daily. When you strip away the sentimental stories, coffee's colonial expansion looks like a set of coordinated decisions driven by the same logic: steal the plant, secure the land, control the labor, ship the product, tell a clean story to the consumer, repeat. And the clean story usually focuses on the cup, on the cafe, on the aroma, on the so-called refinement of European social life. The dirty story lives in the fields and in the shipping manifests and in the revolts that periodically disrupt supply. That dirty story also sets up the next phase, because once coffee became a global commodity produced at massive scale, industrial players began to standardize it, process it faster, package it, brand it, and sell it as a modern necessity. And industrialization did not replace exploitation, it simply changed the shape of profit. It moved even more power into corporate hands, and it created new kinds of control through pricing, advertising, and global agreements. Men shoveled coffee like coal, not because they loved the smell, because they needed to destroy it, and they did it in broad daylight. In a country that grew so much coffee, it could not sell it without collapsing its own market, and the sight made no sense until you followed the money. Trains ran, furnaces roared, warehouses emptied, and the world watched a government turn breakfast into fuel while hungry families elsewhere lined up for bread, because coffee had stopped acting like a drink and started acting like a weapon you could aim at prices. You can search for the moment coffee became modern, and you will keep tripping over the same scene. Brazil in the early 20th century, mountains of beans, too many hands, too much land, too much supply, too little control, and a state that decided it would rather burn wealth than surrender power, because Brazil had already climbed into the driver's seat of the coffee trade. And once a country holds that much share, it starts thinking like a cartel, even when it uses polite words. It starts asking how to prop up prices, how to punish rivals, how to keep planters loyal, how to stop the global market from treating its main export like disposable cargo. And those questions did not stay in the fields. They moved into ministries, banks, shipping firms, and exchange floors, where men in suits traded coffee the way they traded metal and grain, with distance and indifference. Brazil's dominance came from scale, and scale came from land and labor and a brutal willingness to expand. But the industrial age did not reward scale alone. It rewarded scale plus processing, scale plus storage, scale plus branding, scale plus the ability to turn a fragile crop into a stable product that could survive shipping, sit on a shelf, and taste the same every time, because consistency sells, and the new coffee economy valued consistency more than it valued origin. It valued predictability more than it valued the farmer, and it valued the story on the tin more than the conditions on the plantation. So coffee's industrial era starts with a mismatch. The crop stayed agricultural and messy. The market demanded industrial and controlled, and that mismatch created an opening for a different kind of power. Not the power of the planter with a whip, not the power of the merchant with a ship, the power of the processor with machines and capital, the power of the brand that could buy beans from anywhere, blend them, roast them, grind them, pack them, sell them, then tell the customer it came from some imagined place that smelled clean. And the customer believed it because the customer wanted a routine, not an investigation. The industrial system needed a few inventions and a few habits, and none of them looked glamorous. Roasting moved from small batches to industrial drums that could handle volume and standardize flavor. Grinders became mass-produced tools instead of craftsman devices. Packaging improved, so roasted coffee did not go stale in days. Businesses learned to ship coffee not as a raw curiosity, but as a finished consumer product. And every step pulled value away from the origin and toward the factory, because the factory controlled the transformation, and transformation controls profit. Watch what happened in the United States as an example of how quickly industry can domesticate a foreign commodity. Early Americans drank a lot of coffee already, partly because politics pushed them away from tea. They treated coffee as a substitute, and later as a necessity. And as cities grew and work hours hardened into schedules, employers and workers started seeing coffee as a tool, a way to keep the shift moving, a way to keep the clerk awake, a way to keep the factory floor functioning, and demand rewarded anyone who could deliver coffee reliably and cheaply, which meant the companies that could roast at scale and pack at scale and distribute at scale. Packaging became a quiet revolution, because roasted coffee goes stale fast when air and moisture get to it, and stale coffee kills repeat customers. So companies fought for methods that kept oxygen out and flavor in, and once they solved that, they turned coffee into a shelf product you could buy without visiting a roaster, which changed the entire retail chain. It moved coffee from specialized shops into general stores. It turned the product into something a housewife could purchase, like flour. It also gave companies a reason to advertise, because a branded package only matters when consumers recognize and trust it, and trust comes from repetition, slogans, and a sense that the product has a personality, a ridiculous concept for roasted seeds. Yet it worked, because people do not buy only chemicals, people buy certainty. This is where the noir story shifts from ports and plantations to offices and ad copy, because a brand does not just sell coffee, it sells a version of life where coffee solves problems without creating them, and that version requires selective memory. It requires a customer who does not picture a plantation or a burned warehouse. It requires a customer who pictures a clean kitchen and a strong husband leaving for work with a cup in hand, and companies built that picture with the same ruthlessness that empires used to secure ports. Look at the language that emerged in coffee advertising as industrial producers grew. They promised vigor, they promised clarity, they promised domestic harmony, they turned coffee into a badge of respectability, and they built campaigns that targeted women as household managers and men as workers who needed stamina. And the campaigns rarely talked about origin, because origin raised questions, and questions slow consumption. So industry shifted coffee away from geographic truth and toward lifestyle fiction, not a poetic fiction, a commercial fiction, the kind that runs on repetition until it feels like common sense. Industrialization also changed taste, not by accident, by design. Large roasters blended beans from different origins to smooth out differences and reduce cost. They roasted darker to mask defects and create a strong uniform profile. They ground finer or coarser, depending on brewing trends. They trained the public palate to accept what their machines produced most efficiently, and once the public accepted it, they could purchase cheaper green beans and still sell a consistent product, which means the consumer learned to love the flavor of processing choices, not necessarily the flavor of the crop. And that shift gave brands leverage over growers, because the grower no longer sold a unique taste, the grower sold a raw input that a factory could manipulate. Then came the shocks that always accelerate industrial systems: war and economic crisis, because war demands logistics and crisis demands cost-cutting, and coffee sat right at the intersection. Soldiers drank coffee, workers drank coffee, governments wanted coffee because it helped morale and productivity, and companies wanted wartime contracts because contracts guarantee volume. And every time a government tries to feed an army, it creates a market for shelf-stable stimulants, and that is where instant coffee enters the story with a hard edge. Instant coffee did not arise from romance. It arose from the desire to make coffee portable, cheap, and fast. Inventors tinkered with soluble coffee earlier, companies refined it later. And the key point is not the exact patent date, the key point is the motive. Instant coffee. Let a company sell caffeine without the mess of grinding and brewing. It also let armies and relief organizations distribute coffee in a form that traveled well, and once millions of people learn a habit under pressure, they often keep it when the pressure lifts, because habits form quickly when they attach to survival and routine. Nestlé's move into coffee production in the 20th century shows how corporate power reorganized the commodity. Brazil faced chronic overproduction at times, and when prices dropped, Brazil's leaders tried multiple tactics to stabilize the market. They stored coffee, they restricted exports, they destroyed supply, and they looked for industrial outlets that could absorb volume. Industrial firms looked at that surplus and saw opportunity. A company that could turn cheap surplus beans into a branded soluble product could profit, while growers and governments panicked. And a company that could sell that product globally could escape the limits of any single market, because a global brand does not need a single origin. It needs a dependable stream of inputs and a dependable stream of buyers, and instant coffee helped create that global stream. Now return to the image of burning coffee, because it reveals the core logic of the industrial era. Brazil did not burn coffee because it hated waste. It burned coffee because it feared collapse. Coffee prices dropped hard during the Great Depression, and a country that relied heavily on coffee exports faced a crisis that looked like a national emergency, and officials chose destruction as a policy tool. They treated coffee like excess inventory that threatened the entire system, because when supply outstrips demand, the market punishes the producer, and the producer either accepts the punishment or fights the market. Brazil chose to fight, and it fought by making coffee disappear, which sounds insane until you remember that commodity power often means you can destroy value to protect a price. Oil producers do it, diamond cartels do it, and coffee producers did it too when the stakes demanded it. This is not a story about a single villain. It is a story about incentives, and incentives reward cruelty in polite forms, because you do not need a whip to exploit a farmer when a global price collapse can do the job. You do not need a gun to force a worker into debt when a plantation store can trap him. You do not need chains when you can lock a region into dependency on a single export. And industrial coffee intensified that dependency by turning coffee into a truly global staple, a thing millions of people expected every morning, which meant governments and companies treated coffee supply as something they needed to manage. And management in commodity markets rarely looks humane. It looks like stockpiles, quotas, price supports, propaganda, and quiet deals between exporters and financiers. Industrialization also pulled coffee into the logic of exchanges and speculation. Traders started treating coffee like a paper product. They bought and sold future deliveries. They built instruments that allowed profit from price swings, and those instruments changed how power operated, because once financiers can profit from volatility, they stop fearing volatility. They start using it, and growers suffer the results. Because growers cannot hedge easily, growers cannot move crops fast, growers cannot survive long periods of low prices without debt, while traders can click a deal and walk away. So the industrial era created a widening gap between the people who touched the tree and the people who touched the profit, and that gap became structural. It did not depend on a single bad actor. It depended on the system itself. At the consumer end, industrial companies turned coffee into a symbol of modern life, not just a drink. Coffee became the smell of the office, the break room, the diner, the train station. Coffee became part of the factory schedule, part of the clerk's stamina, part of the soldier's kit, part of the late-night student ritual, and as coffee embedded itself in daily life, companies learned to sell it with emotional triggers, comfort, reliability, productivity, belonging, and this created a new layer of control, because when a product becomes a ritual, consumers forgive a lot. They forgive mediocre taste, they forgive vague labeling, they forgive price hikes, they forgive the fact that the product came from a chain they never inspect, and that forgiveness becomes the true asset. It lets companies shape the market. Decaffeination also arrived, and it reveals how industry expands a market by neutralizing risk. Some people wanted the ritual without the jitters. Some doctors blamed coffee for nerves. Some moralists blamed it for insomnia. Industry responded by offering a version that claimed safety while keeping the habit alive. Decaf did not exist to protect public health. It existed to keep customers buying when fear threatened demand, because every commodity industry learns the same trick. Do not argue with consumer anxiety, sell a product that pretends to solve it. The espresso culture that spread in parts of Europe also fits into this era as a form of industrial efficiency dressed as style. Espresso machines applied pressure and heat to produce a concentrated drink quickly. They suited urban life, where people wanted a fast hit and a social stop. And as machines improved, cafes could serve more customers with less time, and that efficiency mattered. Because coffee always sits on the edge between ritual and throughput, a cafe can sell atmosphere, yet it also needs to move cups. So machine innovation mattered as much as roasting innovation, and the technology changed taste and behavior. It created a culture of short, intense consumption. It also created new markets for equipment, maintenance, and training. The industrial coffee system never sells only beans. It sells tools, it sells expertise, it sells branded experience. The industrial era also simplified the narrative of coffee origins for mass audiences because myths make marketing easier. Companies and popular writers repeated stories like Caldi because the story feels harmless. It cleans the past. It replaces violence and monopoly with a cute animal anecdote. And the repetition served a purpose. It protected the consumer's conscience without requiring the consumer to ask questions. And when a story protects consumption, industry keeps it alive. That is how myths become part of the supply chain. By mid-century, coffee had become something close to a global necessity, not in a biological sense, in a cultural and economic sense. Factories ran on it, militaries relied on it, office workers demanded it, advertisers sold it as domestic glue, and the trade ran through massive producers like Brazil and through corporate roasters and soluble coffee giants that could shape consumer taste and manage supply shocks. And at the same time, the system remained unstable. Weather could destroy harvests, war could disrupt shipping, revolutions could wipe out plantations, price collapses could ruin growers, and every instability created opportunity for the actors with capital and storage and influence, because those actors could survive downturns, buy cheap, sell dear, and keep the consumer market fed, while growers absorbed the pain. A conference room fills with men who have never picked a coffee cherry in their lives, men with tidy suits and clean hands and polished shoes, and they talk about weather in Colombia like they own the sky, and they talk about hunger in Central America like it is a rounding error, and they slide paper across a table that will decide whether entire regions eat well or take loans they will never repay. And outside the room, people stand in lines for visas and wages and work, because coffee has a way of turning agriculture into geopolitics once the habit becomes global. Coffee's power era starts when governments stop treating it as a simple trade good and start treating it as a strategic commodity that can stabilize or destabilize entire countries. Because by the mid-20th century, coffee had become one of the most valuable exports for large parts of Latin America, Africa, and parts of Asia, and the money from coffee funded governments, paid foreign debts, bought weapons, built roads, and kept elites in place. And when a single crop props up a state, that state becomes vulnerable to price swings, and vulnerability attracts foreign influence. Because foreign powers prefer influence through markets. When they can get it, it costs less than invasion, and it leaves fewer headlines. The coffee market had a predictable problem. It produced too much and too little at the same time. Too much in years of good harvest and new plantings, too little in years of frost or disease or war, and the price swung hard. And these swings did not just affect farmers, they rippled through national budgets, and the ripple forced policymakers to find a way to reduce volatility, which sounds benign until you look at how they did it. They built agreements that functioned like cartels. They assigned quotas. They tried to manage supply. And they tied these quota decisions to diplomatic favors and Cold War strategy, because coffee was never just coffee. It was leverage disguised as breakfast. The main instrument of this era was the International Coffee Agreement, and the name alone tells you the game. Nations sat down and negotiated how much coffee each could sell. They fixed export quotas. They aimed to keep prices within a target range, and they did it because the alternative was chaos. A price crash could topple a government dependent on coffee revenue. A price spike could trigger inflation and resentment in consumer countries, and consumer countries also wanted predictability because consumers do not tolerate sudden price hikes in staples without politics following. So both sides had a reason to cooperate. Yet cooperation in commodity markets always has two faces. One face talks about stability, the other face talks about control. The United States played a central role, not because it loved coffee more than anyone else, because it feared instability in its hemisphere. And during the Cold War, instability meant one thing in Washington's mind: the possibility that a government might drift toward the Soviet bloc or toward any ideology that threatened American influence and corporate interests. And coffee, exporting countries in Latin America, were high stakes in that game, because they were close, they were vulnerable, and they could swing. So the United States supported quota systems and price supports when those systems kept friendly regimes afloat, and it pushed for policy changes when those systems threatened American buyers or when Washington decided it could get a better deal elsewhere. And this is the core of the conspiracy feeling in coffee. The drink seems apolitical, the market is not. To understand how deep this runs, you have to accept an uncomfortable fact. Many coffee-producing countries built their economies around a crop they did not control in the global market. They controlled the land and the labor at home. They did not control the price set in distant exchanges and boardrooms. And when the price dropped, governments either cut services, borrow money, or squeeze producers even harder. And the squeeze produces social unrest, and unrest produces political openings for insurgencies, coups, or foreign-backed interventions. And you can see how neatly coffee fits into a larger pattern of resource dependency. It behaves like oil for poor countries without the same headlines, because coffee sits on breakfast tables and feels harmless, and that harmlessness makes it easier for powerful actors to manipulate without public backlash. The International Coffee Agreement held the system together for a while. Prices stayed relatively stable. Exporting countries enjoyed revenue that allowed some planning. Consumer countries enjoyed predictable supply. And the agreement also created winners and losers, because quotas determine who can expand and who has to sit still, and countries that wanted to grow production often resented limits, while countries with large quotas defended them fiercely. And within countries, elites who controlled export channels benefited more than small farmers, because the price supports did not always trickle down. Brokers and exporters captured margins. Politicians used coffee revenue as patronage, and in some places local strongmen treated coffee like a personal bank, because a single controlled export can finance a whole network of loyalty. Then the system cracked, because every cartel faces the same temptation: cheating, and coffee producers always had reasons to cheat on quotas. A producer with a large harvest wants to sell more. A government short on cash wants to export more, and the enforcement mechanisms were limited. And once cheating became common, the agreement lost credibility, and consumer countries also began to push back. They wanted cheaper coffee, they wanted freedom from quotas, they wanted a market that served buyers more than producers. And by the late 1982, the agreement collapsed. And that collapse set off a price war that devastated producers, because when quotas disappear, supply floods the market, prices drop, and farmers who rely on coffee suddenly find that the world values their labor at a fraction of what they need to survive. The collapse did not happen in a vacuum. It happened in an ideological environment that favored deregulation and market liberalization, the same wave that hit finance, hit commodities, and coffee became one more victim of the belief that markets always allocate efficiently. Efficiency in this context meant buyers get cheap coffee, producers absorb risk, And the people who preach free markets do not live in the villages where price swings mean children leave school to work. And the people who drink coffee in consumer countries rarely connect the price on the shelf to the price at the farm gate. Because retail pricing includes branding and rent and marketing and cups and labor in cafes. And those layers insulate consumers from the reality that a farmer can receive pennies for the raw product, while a corporation sells the processed product for many times more. This era also includes the rise of the modern coffee corporation as a cultural empire, because once the quota system weakened and markets opened, companies that could source globally gained more power. They could switch suppliers, they could play regions against each other, they could demand quality at low prices, and they could build supply chains optimized for their own profit. And the most famous corporate symbol of this shift is Starbucks, not because Starbucks invented coffee, because Starbucks perfected the idea of coffee as a branded experience that people would pay for daily. And when a company convinces millions of people to buy coffee at a premium price, it creates a river of cash that dwarfs what most producers ever see. And it gives the company leverage in politics and labor markets and cultural norms. Starbucks did not rise solely because it made good coffee. It rose because it sold a third-place narrative, a place between home and work where you could sit and signal identity, and that identity came with a cup in your hand that displayed a logo, and the logo mattered, because branding turned coffee into a statement, and statements create loyalty, and loyalty makes pricing power, and pricing power lets a company shape supply chains aggressively, because when you control consumer demand, you can dictate terms upstream, you can require certifications, you can demand certain grades, you can enforce contracts, and you can also shift costs onto producers under the language of quality and sustainability. This is where the modern ethical debate gets messy, because certification systems like fair trade and other schemes emerged partly as responses to the collapse of price stability. Consumers began to hear about farmer poverty and child labor and environmental damage. Activists pushed for better practices. Companies responded with labels and programs, and some of these programs improved conditions for some farmers, yet the broader structure remained. The market still set prices, corporations still controlled branding, and farmers still lived at the mercy of weather, disease, and global price swings. And many certifications created new costs and requirements that small farmers struggled to meet, which meant benefits often flowed to better organized cooperatives, while the most marginal producers remained excluded. Corporate sustainability programs often function like insurance for brand reputation. They allow companies to say the right words and show photos of smiling farmers. They allow consumers to feel less uneasy, and they do not necessarily change the underlying distribution of profit, because profit distribution depends on bargaining power, and bargaining power depends on who controls capital and access to consumers, and companies control that. And when a company can buy from many origins, it can also threaten to leave a region if growers demand higher prices. While a grower cannot easily threaten to stop producing without losing his livelihood, so the bargaining is not equal. It never has been. The whip changed shape. It became a contract and a market signal. The role of global financial institutions adds another layer, because many coffee-producing countries rely on loans, and loan conditions often push governments toward export-oriented policies, privatization, and reduced support for farmers. And when a government withdraws support, farmers face the market alone, which sounds like freedom in theory and feels like exposure in practice, because farmers do not have diversified income in many regions. They have coffee, maybe a small plot of food, crops, and debt. And when the market collapses, debt remains. And debt pulls people into cycles of migration, informal labor, and sometimes illicit economies. Because people do not stop needing money when coffee prices drop. They just find other ways. And those ways can destabilize societies, which brings us back to geopolitics, because instability invites intervention, and intervention often claims it protects democracy while it protects interests. Commodity speculation also grew in this era. Coffee futures, trade on exchanges, traders bet on price movements driven by frost in Brazil, drought in Vietnam, political unrest in exporting countries, shipping disruptions, currency fluctuations, and those bets can amplify volatility, because when traders pile into a position, they can move prices beyond what supply and demand alone would dictate, and that volatility benefits traders, who can move quickly, and hurts farmers who cannot, and the farmer ends up living inside a casino he never entered willingly, a casino where the dealers sit in New York and London, and the chips are his harvest. Vietnam's rise as a coffee producer illustrates how geopolitics and development policy can reshape the coffee map quickly. Vietnam expanded Robusta production heavily in the late 20th century, partly through government policy and international support, and the influx of Vietnamese coffee increased global supply and contributed to price drops in certain periods, which hurt producers elsewhere, especially small farmers in Latin America and Africa who could not compete on cost. And this shows the brutal logic of the market. One country's development success can become another country's rural crisis, and the winners and losers rarely get to negotiate directly, because the market makes the decision and politicians manage the aftermath. The modern coffee power era also includes a shift in how consumers relate to origin. The specialty coffee movement and what people call the third wave brought origin stories back into marketing. Cafes began listing farm names and regions and processing methods. They treated coffee like wine. They offered tasting notes. They asked consumers to care about provenance. And in some cases, this created better prices for certain producers who could meet specialty demand. Yet it also created a new hierarchy, where a small slice of high-quality coffee received attention and premium prices, while the bulk of global coffee remained a low-margin commodity sold in blends and instant products. And the specialty narrative sometimes functioned like a boutique cover over a mass market that still relied on low prices and unequal power. You can see the noir dynamic in the way the industry handles transparency. Brands love to show a farmer holding a basket of cherries. Brands rarely show a ledger. Brands rarely show the true breakdown of how a $5 cup splits among landlord, cafe, roaster, importer, exporter, and farmer. And when journalists try to follow the money, they run into layers of intermediaries and contracts and proprietary pricing, because opacity protects margins, and opacity also protects reputations, because a company can talk about ethical sourcing without revealing whether it pays enough for a farmer to cover costs, and the consumer has limited leverage because the consumer rarely has time to audit a supply chain before work. Coffee also intersects with domestic politics in consumer countries, because companies shape labor conditions in cafes and warehouses. They fight unions, they manage schedules, they control wages, and these labor battles connect back to the same logic upstream: control costs, protect margins, maintain pricing power, and the labor fights in a Seattle cafe might seem unrelated to a farmer in Guatemala, yet both sit inside the same system that treats labor as a cost to minimize and treats branding as the place to invest. And the gap between what companies spend on marketing and what they pay at origin tells you where power resides. This chapter is not a morality play. It is a map of how coffee became embedded in global power structures. Coffee exporting countries became dependent. Consumer countries gained leverage. Corporations built empires on branding. Financial markets turned beans into paper bets, and the collapse of international stabilization agreements exposed farmers to volatility that many could not survive without debt and hardship. And the whole thing continues because coffee feels ordinary. It sits in a mug and looks harmless, and people do not like to think of their morning habit as part of a geopolitical machine. A man in a clean apron draws a neat leaf on the foam and hands over a cup that costs more than a farm worker earns in a day in many coffee regions. And nobody in the line asks the only question that matters: who took the hit, so this cup could feel like a small luxury instead of a complicated supply chain with debt baked into it, because modern coffee does not hide its problems in the dark anymore. It hides them in plain sight, under the glow of a menu board that promises ethics, origin, and community, while the system underneath still runs on the same old math. Start with the split that defines this era. Coffee turned into two industries that share the same raw material and almost nothing else. The mass market sells cheap caffeine at scale through supermarkets, drive-through windows, office machines, pods, instant granules, and branded blends that bury origin. The specialty market sells story and identity through single origin bags, tasting notes, pour-over rituals, barista competitions, micro lots, farm names, and a language that makes coffee sound like fine wine. And both markets draw from the same world of farms and weather. Both markets depend on the same harvest cycles and the same vulnerable hands, yet they distribute money in radically different ways. And even the specialty side that claims it pays better still operates inside a global pricing system that pushes risk downhill. The risk starts at the farm because coffee grows slowly and punishes impatience. A farmer plants trees and waits years for meaningful yield. Then the farmer has to maintain the grove through drought, pests, disease, price swings, and political instability. And the farmer cannot just switch crops when the market shifts, because coffee trees do not move, land does not move, and many farmers do not have spare land anyway. So the farmer takes loans to buy seedlings, fertilizer, tools, and labor. Then the farmer prays the harvest covers the debt. Debt turns into the quiet manager of modern coffee, because debt does not shout. Debt just sits on the table every season and asks for payment, whether the market cooperates or not. Now watch how the market sets the tone. Large parts of the global coffee trade still reference a commodity benchmark that rewards volume and punishes small producers who cannot hedge, cannot store, cannot wait out a bad year, and cannot bargain from a position of strength. And when the benchmark price drops below a farmer's cost of production, the farmer does not negotiate with the market. The farmer absorbs the loss or abandons the crop. And abandonment does not look like a dramatic collapse. It looks like neglected trees, unpaid pickers, kids pulled from school to help in the fields, and migration to cities or across borders, because people do not stop needing money when coffee turns unprofitable. They just stop being able to earn it where they live. Companies understand this, and they still sell coffee with moral language, because moral language sells at retail. A bag that claims responsibility commands a higher price. A cafe that claims it supports farmers attracts customers who want a clean conscience with their caffeine. So brands developed a playbook. They slap a seal on the bag. They add a line about direct relationships. They show a farmer's face. They mention sustainability. They publish a glossy report. And they keep the numbers vague, because numbers invite verification, and verification threatens marketing. And this is where greenwashing finds its home, not just in lies, in selective truth that gives the consumer a story without giving the consumer the ledger. Certifications tried to fix this gap, and they produced mixed results. Some cooperatives use certification premiums to fund community projects or improve processing. Some farmers gain access to buyers who pay more. Some regions build better infrastructure, yet the certification system often demands fees, audits, paperwork, and compliance steps that small farmers struggle to afford. And when a farmer cannot afford the paperwork, the farmer cannot access the label. And when the farmer cannot access the label, the farmer stays trapped in the commodity market. So the label can unintentionally reward the farmers who already have more organization and leave behind those who face the harshest conditions. And even when certification works as intended, It rarely changes the core structure where the consumer pays a premium and the farmer receives a small share of that premium after everyone else takes a cut for processing, exporting, importing, roasting, packaging, rent, labor, marketing, and profit. The specialty market promises a different model through direct trade and relationship sourcing, and that model can raise farm gate prices for certain producers, yet it has limits that the industry does not like to advertise. Specialty buyers purchase a small slice of global supply. The rest still moves through conventional channels, and specialty buyers still demand quality and consistency that require investment, and investment again often requires debt. So a farmer can win a better price and still end up with fragile finances if a single bad harvest ruins the quality, and quality can collapse for reasons that have nothing to do with skill. A storm can knock flowers off, a drought can stunt cherries, a fungus can spread, a labor shortage can delay picking, and delayed picking can ruin cup score. So the modern specialty narrative sells control, while the farm reality delivers constant exposure. Climate pressure now turns exposure into a full-time crisis. Coffee, especially Arabica, grows best within narrow temperature ranges, and as heat rises and rainfall patterns shift, many traditional growing zones face increased stress. Farmers see irregular flowering, unpredictable harvest timing, higher pest pressure, and more frequent extreme events, and the industry responds with talk about resilience, climate-smart agriculture, carbon offsets, and new cultivars, and some of these efforts help, yet they also create a new form of inequality because adaptation costs money, irrigation costs money, shade management costs money, replanting costs money, training costs money, and the farmers with the least money face the highest climate risk. So the system asks the most vulnerable people to finance adaptation for a product that generates huge margins at the retail end, and that mismatch is not a natural disaster. It is a policy choice made by every actor who could share risk and chooses not to. The labor story in modern coffee does not sit in the past tense, it sits in the present tense. Coffee still relies on seasonal labor that often lacks legal protections, and in some regions labor recruiters move workers like cargo. They promise wages, then they dock pay through fees, transport costs, and housing costs, and the worker ends up trapped. And child labor still appears in coffee supply chains in multiple countries, not because children love agriculture, because families lack cash and need hands to meet quotas. And when brands claim they have clean supply chains, they often rely on audits that struggle to detect what families hide out of fear. And the brands also rely on complex networks of intermediaries that muddy accountability, because a brand that buys through layers can always claim it did not know, and ignorance remains the cheapest liability shield in commodity markets. Then you have the new machinery of control, data, and traceability. The industry now talks about blockchain, farm mapping, satellite monitoring, digital payments, and end-to-end transparency. And yes, technology can reduce fraud and improve traceability, yet it can also shift power toward whoever controls the platforms, because data becomes currency. And a farmer who shares data might gain access to a buyer, yet that farmer also exposes business details and land information that a powerful buyer can use to negotiate harder, and the farmer often does not own the system that stores and monetizes the data, so the industry can build a surveillance layer that claims it protects farmers while it tightens procurement control. Regulators have started pushing companies to prove their claims about sustainability and human rights, and new rules in several markets now pressure firms to document where commodities come from and to reduce links to deforestation and forced labor. And compliance can produce real improvements when it forces companies to map their suppliers, yet it can also produce exclusion because compliance burdens fall hardest on smallholders who cannot easily produce documents, maps, and formal titles. And when a company fears legal risk, it may simply stop buying from smallholders and shift to larger estates or regions with cleaner paperwork. And that shift can push the most vulnerable farmers out of formal markets, which does not end harmful production, it just makes it harder to see. Now bring the lens back to the consumer end, because modern coffee also runs on a cultural engine that shapes demand. Social media turned coffee into a performance. A bag of beans becomes a status object. A latte becomes content. A cafe becomes a set. And the third wave scene sells the idea that knowledge equals virtue, that if you know the farm and the processing method, you have done your duty. And that idea allows people to confuse awareness with impact, because knowledge does not change price distribution by itself. Bargaining power changes price distribution, and a consumer can memorize tasting notes and still fund a system that pays farmers too little, because the consumer does not negotiate the farm gate price. Companies and traders do, and companies and traders still optimize for margin unless a force larger than sentiment compels them to do otherwise. Corporate consolidation tightens this logic. A small number of large trading houses and roasters control enormous volume, and they manage risk through hedging and diversification. They shift sourcing across continents when weather hits one region. They renegotiate contracts. They blend. They substitute Robusta for Arabica in certain products when prices rise, and the consumer often does not notice because brands adjust roast profiles and flavoring to keep the product familiar, and that capacity to shift supply gives large buyers leverage over producers, because the buyer can threaten to walk, while the farmer cannot easily threaten to stop producing, and even cooperatives that negotiate collectively still face a market where buyers can wait and producers cannot. This era also includes a cruel irony. The parts of coffee that command high prices often depend on labor-intensive processing and careful hand sorting, which means the quality premium demands more work, not less, and in many places farmers pay higher labor costs to achieve higher quality. Then they hope the buyer recognizes the quality and pays enough to cover those costs, and when the buyer rejects a lot because of minor defects, the farmer can lose the premium and still carry the added costs. So specialty can increase risk even when it increases potential reward. And this creates a psychological trap where farmers chase quality like gamblers chase a payout, because they need a path out of commodity pricing, and the industry celebrates their ambition while leaving them exposed. Look at how the industry talks about the future, and you will hear the word shortage. Analysts warn that climate change will reduce suitable land, that demand will rise in new markets, that prices will spike, and companies use the shortage narrative in two ways. They use it to justify price increases at retail, and they use it to justify investment in new varieties, new origins, and more robust supply chains. Yet the shortage narrative rarely includes the obvious fix: pay farmers more consistently so they can maintain farms and invest in adaptation, because paying more reduces margin unless the company raises prices or accepts lower profit, and many companies would rather sell fear than share margin. In this modern industry chapter, you also have to talk about the quiet churn of farmers leaving coffee, because the most important indicator of system health is not the number of cafes in cities. It is the willingness of young people in growing regions to stay on the land. And in many regions, young people look at coffee and see volatility, hard labor, low returns, and debt. Then they choose other paths if they can, and when they cannot, they migrate anyway, and migration drains rural areas of labor and knowledge, which can reduce production and raise costs, which then pressures companies to seek new origins, which then pressures new communities to enter the same treadmill, and the treadmill keeps moving because global demand keeps rising and the retail end keeps printing money. Brands respond with campaigns that look like confession and operate like insurance. They publish impact reports. They announce farmer support programs. They invest in training centers. They fund seedlings. They run pilot projects. And these efforts can help individuals, yet they often function as public relations shields against structural critique, because a pilot project does not change a pricing system, and a training program does not erase debt, and a new seedling does not pay school fees this year. And when a brand funds a program, it often frames the program as generosity, rather than as part of the cost of doing business ethically. Generosity implies optional action, cost implies obligation, and companies prefer optional language, because optional language protects flexibility. At the same time, activists, journalists, and some producer groups have started pushing for new models, living income benchmarks, transparent contracts, longer-term purchasing commitments, profit sharing, and more direct ownership of value-adding steps like milling, exporting, roasting, and branding in producer countries, because the core issue is not that coffee grows in poor places. The core issue is that most value accrues far from where the crop grows, and shifting value requires restructuring who owns processing, who owns logistics, who owns brands, and who can access consumers. And that kind of shift threatens entrenched interests, so it moves slowly, and it meets resistance disguised as concern about quality control, traceability, and market efficiency. Modern coffee also has a propaganda problem on the consumer side, because consumers now face choice overload: pods, instant, ready-to-drink cans, cold brew, nitro, single origin, blends, light roast, dark roast, sugar-free syrups, functional additives, mushroom coffee, protein coffee, and each new product form adds margin and adds distance from the farm. And the more distance a product puts between consumer and origin, the easier it becomes to hide labor conditions and pricing, because a flavored canned drink does not invite questions about farm gate price. It invites questions about calories, and companies prefer questions they can answer with nutrition labels, rather than questions they would rather not answer at all. So the modern industry looks like this. Technology increases traceability and can also increase control. Climate change raises risk and pushes costs downhill. Certification and ethical sourcing can help and can also become marketing armor. Specialty creates premiums and creates new volatility. Corporate consolidation strengthens buyer power, and consumers keep buying because coffee functions as a daily coping tool in a world built on stress and schedules, and that function gives the industry a steady stream of demand that smooths over outrage, because outrage rarely survives the morning when someone needs caffeine and has 10 minutes before work.
Tonight, we're exploring one of the world's oldest religious traditions, Zoroastrian mythology. What did people believe long before the rise of Greek or Norse myths? Who was Ahura Mazda, and how did ideas about light and darkness shape the way ancient Persians understood the universe? And how did these stories influence later religions and cultures? We'll look at the creation stories, the battle between good and evil, the role of fire in worship, and the figure of the prophet Zoroaster who reshaped spiritual thought thousands of years ago. Zoroastrian beliefs helped form ideas about heaven and hell, angels and demons, and the struggle between order and chaos that still echo in the world today. As always, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from, and what time is it for you? Whether you're lying down to rest, trying to fall asleep, or just curious about ancient beliefs, I'm glad you're here. Now, let's begin. Zoroastrian myth begins in a place that feels like a courtroom lit by an unblinking lamp. It is a story where existence is argued into shape, where the first drama is a moral one, and where the earliest sound you can imagine is not thunder but a choice. Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, stands at the beginning as the one who knows. In the oldest layers of the tradition, he is not merely powerful, he is aware in a way no other being can match. Knowledge is his weapon and his atmosphere. He is the source of Asha, the right order of things, truth that is not just honesty but the straight grain of reality itself. To live according to Asha is to live in tune with the universe as Ahura Mazda intended it, and to break it is not simply to sin, but to warp the world. This is the first lesson the mythology teaches, that the universe is ethical before it is physical, and the physical world is a battlefield built from the bones of that ethic. Later, priests and storytellers would explain it in careful systems, in measured spans of cosmic time, in lists of creations and their guardians, but the feeling behind those systems is older and sharper. The world is not neutral. The world is claimed. Opposing Ahura Mazda is Angra Mainyu, the destructive spirit, the one who chooses the lie. In later writings, he becomes Ahriman, the name that tastes like grit, but even when the naming shifts, the core remains. This is not a rival god in a polite pantheon. This is refusal made into a person. The lie in this tradition is not a simple false statement. It is a mode of existence that corrodes everything it touches. It does not create. It infects. It mocks the pattern. It takes the clean geometry of Ashar and tries to make it crooked, because crookedness is the only victory it understands. Some texts speak of the two spirits as twins, not twins of affection, but twins of proximity, like two thoughts rising from the same mind and going to war. Others are careful to protect Ahura Mazda's singular supremacy, insisting that evil is a choice that can never match the depth of wisdom. But the mythic truth, the one that makes the hairs lift on the back of the neck, is that evil is not a mistake. It is a decision, and from that decision the rest of history follows. In the telling preserved in later Middle Persian works like the Bundahishan, Ahura Mazda first creates spiritually, in a state that is luminous and untouchable, a blueprint of what will later become matter. It is not unlike a master builder imagining a city before the first stone is set. In that first phase, creation is safe because it is not yet exposed. Angra Mainyu exists in a kind of darkness and ignorance, a blind realm of not knowing, and when he becomes aware of the brilliance of Ahura Mazda's creation, he does what a thing of spite always does. He lunges. The myth insists that the first attack is not aimed at land or water, because those do not exist yet as we know them. The first attack is aimed at the idea of order itself. It is an assault on the plan. In response, Ahura Mazda chooses something that looks strange to modern eyes, but makes perfect sense within the myth's moral physics. He does not try to erase evil with a snap. He sets a limit. He establishes time. Time in Zoroastrian myth is not only a background, it is a strategy. The tradition describes a cosmic span of 12,000 years, divided into epochs, a long measured corridor in which good and evil will mix, struggle, and finally separate. You can feel the grim confidence in it, the tone of a judge who has already written the sentence and is now allowing the criminal to run, just long enough to prove the verdict. Ahura Mazda knows the end from the beginning, and that knowledge does not make the war less real. It makes it more terrifying, because it means every act of cruelty, every sickness, every betrayal, every lie whispered into a human ear is permitted to happen within the span of time that will ultimately destroy it. This is not a gentle universe. It is a universe that will allow darkness to show its full face so that it can be condemned without argument. With time established, creation becomes material. The world is built in an order that feels like ritual. First, the sky, hard and shining like a stone dome, sometimes described as metal, sometimes as crystal, a fortress roof meant to keep out intrusion. Then water, and then earth, and then plants, and then animals, and finally the human being. There is a stern beauty to the sequence, like a ceremony performed without ornament, because ornament would only distract from the seriousness of what is being done. Each creation is not only a thing, but a responsibility, and each has a spiritual guardian, a protective force aligned with Ahura Mazda's will. This is where the great beings called the Amisha Spentas begin to loom behind the scenes, not as distant gods with petty desires, but as immortal aspects of divine reality. Truth, good mind, rightful dominion, wholeness, immortality, devotion, each concept given weight and presence. The mythology loves these pairings, the way abstract virtue becomes a character, and character becomes a force that shapes the soil under your feet. Then come the first living exemplars of the created world, the ones that feel like anchors in a sea of symbol. There is Geomard, the primordial man, radiant and immense in the oldest descriptions, and there is the primordial bovine, the first animal, often called the uniquely created bull. They are not quaint, they are the first targets. Angra Mainyu's hatred is not philosophical, it is predatory. To wound creation, he must wound what is most alive in it. So the myth describes an invasion of demons, the Devas, who are not merely alternative gods, but the twisted powers of chaos and deception. They bring disease, decay, fever, and the first taste of death. The assault is a kind of contamination. The lie does not march like an army with banners. It seeps, it bites, it ruins from within. Geomard is struck down, and the primordial bull is killed. If you are expecting a creation story that avoids ugliness, this is where Zoroastrian myth turns its face toward you and does not blink. Death is not an afterthought. Death is introduced as a weapon, yet the myth does something startling with that weapon. It refuses to grant it finality. The death of the bull becomes the source of new life. From the bull's seed, purified and carried under divine protection, come the species of animals, the multiplication of living forms that will fill the world. From the bull's body, plants arise, healing herbs and grasses, the first green defiance against decay. It is as if Ahura Mazda takes Angra Mainyu's cruelty and forces it into service, turning the wound into an engine of abundance. The tradition returns to this theme again and again. Evil can strike, evil can spoil, but evil cannot create. Every time it tries to destroy, it inadvertently supplies the raw material for good to grow stronger. From Geomard's death comes another transformation. In some accounts, the metals of the earth are said to have emerged from his body, the hidden bones of the world, as if humanity's first ancestor becomes the very substance of tools and weapons and rings, the hard things that can be shaped and used. More crucially, from his seed, preserved and cleansed, spring the first human couple, Masha and Mashyan. They do not arrive as glittering nobles. They rise like plants from the ground, a detail that makes the story feel ancient in a way you can almost touch. Human beings in this myth are not dropped from heaven fully formed. They are grown. They are part of the earth, but not trapped by it. They carry within them the capacity to choose, and that capacity is the point. The earliest moment of humanity is portrayed as vulnerable and uncertain, because to have choice is to have risk. In later retellings, the first couple live simply, almost innocently. Learning the world as a child learns the edge of a knife by touching it. They are given guidance. They are meant to align themselves with a Shah, to praise Ahura Mazda, to recognize the source of what sustains them. For a time they do. Then the lie approaches, not always as a monster but as a whisper, an insinuation that gratitude is foolish, that the world is theirs by right, that they own nothing. This is one of the most important moves in Zoroastrian myth, because it brings the cosmic war down to the scale of a human mouth forming words. The first great battlefield is not a plain of fire. It is speech. It is thought. Good thoughts, good words, good deeds are not slogans in this tradition. They are military doctrine, because the destructive spirit fights first by corrupting the mind. This is also where the sacred elements begin to take on the heavy charge they will carry through centuries of ritual. Fire, in Zoroastrian life, becomes more than warmth or light. It is a visible sign of Asha, a living emblem of clarity. That does not mean the religion worships fire as a god, but it treats fire as a witness, as something that reveals what is clean and what is not. Water, too, is revered, not in a sentimental way, but as a sacred substance that must not be polluted, because pollution is a kind of alliance with the lie. The story of creation, with its careful sequence and its immediate contamination, becomes the foundation for a whole way of living. When later Zoroastrians build fire, temples, and tend flames with obsessive care, they are not being quaint. They are reenacting the creation story. They are insisting, day after day, that there is still a bright order worth preserving in a world that constantly tries to rot. The mythic chronicle, when told as a story rather than a set of doctrines, feels like watching a kingdom being founded while an enemy already tunnels under the walls. Ahura Mazda's creation is not an untouched paradise. It is a constructed stronghold. The sky is a rampart. The waters are a moat. The earth is a field meant to be cultivated and defended. And within this fortress, humans appear, not as ornaments, but as soldiers with untrained hands. They are weak compared to the great spirits, but they have something the demons cannot stand. They have the ability to choose alignment. They can accept truth. They can refuse it. And because they can refuse it, their acceptance means something. In a universe where everything is a moral contest, freedom is the most dangerous gift. In the background of these earliest events, you can sense other figures waiting to become prominent. The Azatas, the worthy ones, divine helpers who will later become familiar names, guardians of contracts, waters, dawns, and victories. But at the beginning, the stage is set with simpler, harsher pieces: wisdom and destruction, truth and lie, light and a darkness that is not merely absence but intention. The story does not pretend that the world begins clean and stays clean. It begins clean and is immediately challenged. And that challenge becomes the engine of time. The human race rises out of a death wound and learns to speak in a world where every word matters. Even the landscape of this myth feels shaped by that tension. When Zoroastrian texts and later storytellers speak of the first river, the first mountain, the first plants, they often do so with the sense that these are not neutral features, but parts of a plan to resist decay. The mountains are bones that hold the earth in place. The plants are medicine against demon-sent sickness. The animals are companions in the struggle, living beings that must be treated with a kind of moral respect, because they too belong to the good creation. When the tradition condemns wanton slaughter or needless pollution, it is not being delicate. It is describing treason. To damage creation is to assist Angramenu in his one true talent, the talent of ruining. And in the first chapter of this chronicle, the great turning point is not a battle won or lost. It is the moment the world becomes mixed. The pristine spiritual creation is gone. Matter exists, and with matter comes vulnerability. Demons can crawl. Disease can bite. Hunger can press its hard thumb into the belly. But also, within matter, within this compromised world, good can be chosen repeatedly. Asha can be practiced. A human can think a clean thought in the middle of filth. That is the wager at the heart of the mythology. Ahura Mazda allows the assault not because he doubts himself, but because the final victory must be something more than mere domination. It must be vindication. It must prove that truth is not only stronger, but chosen. In the stories that priests whispered over glowing coals when the world still felt young, there was a time when men did not die and cattle did not fall sick, when the earth did not crack with drought and children did not come into the world only to be carried out too soon. The name that stands over that bright interval is Yima, whom later tongues would call Jamshid, but in the oldest Avesta is simply Yima the Splendid, Yima the Good Shepherd. Before he was a legend, he was a choice. Ahura Mazda looked upon the world he had raised from spirit into matter, knew that the destructive spirit would not relent, and understood that creation needed a caretaker within time, a mortal ruler who would stand between demons and flocks, who would guard the pattern of Asha not with abstractions alone but with laws and decisions and the sharp edge of authority. So the wise lord spoke, and in the stories, the sound of that speech is like white fire through a still sky. In the day of that first meeting, Mazda did not merely offer a crown. He offered a mantle that was heavier than any crown, the role of prophet. In one of the oldest remembered episodes, Ahura Mazda comes to Yima and asks him to receive the revelation, the word that would later be given to Zarathustra. He asks Yima to be the one who proclaims to mankind who made the world, who set truth as the law of things. And Yima, who is called shining and beautiful and lord of flocks, does something that marks him forever. He refuses, not because he loves the lie, but because his nature is different. He tells Ahura Mazda that he is not fit to carry the burden of teaching the religion, that he would rather tend than preach, rule than prophesy. It is a refusal, and it is also a confession. He is not made of the same metal as the later seer who will walk into the fire of vision and not look away. Yima is of the earth. Mazdian tradition does not condemn him for this. Instead, Ahura Mazda accepts and reshapes the offer. If you cannot be my messenger, he says, then be my steward. Guard my creation. Enlarge my world. From that moment, the myth turns into something that feels almost like a tale of engineers and kings rather than winged spirits. Yima becomes not only a ruler, but an architect of lived space. Under his reign, the earth enters its golden age. The beasts multiply. The first farms flourish. People do not age into dust as quickly as they will later. The shadow of Angra Mainyu lies further out at the horizon, pacing but not yet permitted to strike. The Gathic verses that remember him say that he was the first mortal with whom Ahura Mazda conversed, and that he was entrusted with the herds, the lands, the people, the living things, to keep them thriving and unharmed. Yima is described as the Good Shepherd, not as a gentle metaphor, but as a precise job description. He is meant to guard, to increase, to lead his charges to pasture and away from harm. The myth does not leave this fertility as a vague glow. It counts. It tells us that under Yima the world grew so full that there was no more room. Century after century passes in the telling, and the first land, as Ahura Mazda had formed it, begins to strain. Every field is sown, every valley holds its herds. There is a moment where joy turns quietly into pressure, where abundance threatens to become crowding. In the Vendidad, that old law text that is also a book of myths, Ahura Mazda comes to Yima again and tells him plainly that the earth can no longer contain all the cattle, all the men, all the wild creatures that have grown up in this peaceful age. Under another ruler, this might have meant war to thin the numbers, famine to push back the swelling line of mouths. Under Mazda's stewardship, it means something else. It means expansion. Ahura Mazda gives Yima a strange command. He tells him to press the earth and make it larger. To perform this act of world stretching, he puts into Yima's hand two royal implements that will echo through later tales, a golden ring and a wrought staff, or sword that gleams with the authority of heaven. These are not only ornaments, they are the signs of Kavarina, the royal glory, that radiant grace which in Iranian myth clings to rightful kings like a mantle of unseen fire. With ring and staff in hand, Yima steps forth to enlarge the world. He does it 3 times. The text says that each time he pressed the earth with the flat of his foot and the metal of his authority, he made it larger by 1/3, so that it could hold thousands and thousands more living beings. You can picture this not as a polite metaphor, but as something vivid and uncanny. The soil groans, the horizon pulls back, rivers thread wider courses, valleys open like new lungs. It is as if the king has taken the map of creation and stretched it on a frame. Between each enlargement, centuries pass, and the myths are clear that there is no sickness in this age. No one grows old. There is no war worth the name. The Devas have not yet found a way in to spoil the long spring. Yima is successful at his appointed task, so successful that later poets love to place his name on shining thrones and halls of plenty. The court of Jamshid in later Persian epics, with its cups of seeing and its feasts, is the blurred memory of this first Yima, the steward of an unspoiled world. But the older Zoroastrian telling is cooler in tone. It stresses not decadence but careful order. The king makes the world larger. He keeps the flocks. He makes certain that there is always enough grass for the cow and always enough grain for the woman grinding at her stone. In that rhythm of management, you can feel why Ahura Mazda chose a shepherd king rather than a seer. Prophets speak to the future. Shepherds keep the present from collapsing. Yet even in this golden span, time continues to move. The cosmic 12,000-year plan does not pause simply because men are breathing easy. The tradition says that at a certain point, Ahura Mazda looks ahead and sees what is coming. Angra Mainyu, humiliated in the first collision at creation, has not forgotten the taste of living things. His demons lurk at the edges of the world, unable yet to swallow it, but learning. And so Mazda foresees a catastrophe that will break the ease of Yima's reign. A winter unlike any common year, a deadly freezing that will sweep over the earth and kill flocks and men and crops in a scything silence. This is not a natural cycle. This is an attack. It is the destructive spirit trying a more subtle tactic, not open war but climate twisted into a weapon. Ahura Mazda goes to Yima a 3rd time and warns him. The wording in the old story is almost intimate. The wise lord describes snow that will fall deep as the tallest man, wolves made bold by hunger, rivers that will stop in their beds. He tells Yima that this is coming because Angra Mainyu desires to wipe out the creatures of the good creation. The shepherd king, who has spent long centuries arranging room and food and safety, is now given a darker task. He must preserve a remnant. He must build a refuge that can outlast the assault. The solution Ahura Mazda gives him is one of the most remarkable images in Zoroastrian myth, a symbol so vivid that later ages could not resist weaving it into their own tales of flood and refuge, their own visions of chosen survivors and closed doors. Mazda instructs Yima to build a Vara. The Vara is not an ark on the sea. It is a world within the world. The telling has the tone almost of a blueprint. Yima is to hollow out a space in the earth, a vast enclosure under the protection of mountains, roofed and walled against the killing cold, with its own light source that is not the ordinary sun. The size is described in terms of riding grounds and measures that would have meant something concrete to people for whom distance was paced on foot and on horseback. Within this great enclosure, Yima is to arrange everything needed for life, seeds of every useful plant, pairs and groups of every kind of animal worth preserving, craftsmen and women of every skill. The pattern is familiar in a way that sends a shiver down the spine. A chosen number of the best of each species will outlast the ruin. Outside, winter will stalk and close its teeth on whatever it can reach. Inside, life will continue in a suspended spring. The myth lingers over the selection. Yima does not simply admit anyone who knocks. He is commanded to choose the most excellent, the least stained, the animals without blemish, the people who are strongest in body, clearest in mind, and most aligned with Asha. The idea that the future will be seeded from the best rather than the average is an uncomfortable one. And yet, in the context of this myth, it fits the hard utilitarian tone that runs beneath its spiritual surface. This is a universe at war. A refuge is not a charity, it is a strategic reserve. Within the Vara, Yima is also instructed to arrange the spaces carefully, fields for planting beneath the roof, paddocks for animals, channels for water brought in from pure springs, a central fire, or many fires, to be kept burning constantly so that the spirit of Asha is never driven out by the dark. The description makes the Vara feel less like a cave and more like a hidden kingdom, a secret city that will sleep through the cataclysm. The most uncanny detail in the ancient account is the matter of light. The Vara is not lit by ordinary sky. Some versions speak of a star-like radiance, some of a supernaturally bright window, some of plants and metals that shine on their own. The point is that Yima's refuge does not need the sun that Angra Mainyu plans to smother with clouds and storms. It has its own inward illumination, a pale echo of the original spiritual creation, preserved here in miniature while the material world is battered. In a way, Ahura Mazda is taking the first phase of creation, the purely spiritual light, and tucking it away under the mountains while the mixed material world above undergoes its trial. That is the logic of the myth. In the Vara, a piece of uncontaminated reality survives. Yima obeys. This matters. Up to this point, he has refused to be a prophet, but he has never disobeyed a command about stewardship. He gathers the chosen, perhaps under the guise of a great festival, so that panic does not break the order of things. He brings in the seeds and the animals, the artisans and the singers, the priests of fire and the guardians of water. In some later imaginings, the Vara is reached by a deeply hidden entrance, a narrow passage that must be sealed with stone. The moment when the last entry is closed has the feel of a door slamming on an era. Outside, the wind begins to rise. Inside, the air is still and faintly warm, carrying the smell of earth and animals and burning wood. The people who follow Yima into this underworld paradise are not only saved, they are cut off. The Vara is a mercy, and it is also a tomb for a world that is about to cease. The Zoroastrian tradition does not tell this part as a gentle metaphor. It does not flinch from the idea that outside the Vara, countless beings perish. That is the nature of mythic catastrophe. It clears the field so that a new phase of history can emerge. But inside, time moves differently. Some accounts suggest that life in the Vara runs at a slower pace, that age does not touch the chosen as harshly, that children born there will carry forward not only the blood of the first races but a certain refinement, a stamina against future assaults. the Vara becomes both chrysalis and archive. It holds within it the knowledge of farming, of metalwork, of worship, of law, all the things Yima has learned while tending the Golden Age, packed into the minds and tools of the few so that they can be taken out again when the storm has passed. There are whispers in later retellings that the Vara is not merely a one-time structure. Some mystic writers speak of hidden kingdoms where the righteous will gather again before the final renovation of the world. Secret places where the faithful live apart from the corruptions of the last days. These may be spiritual inheritors of Yima's refuge. But in the original myth, what matters is that Ahura Mazda and his mortal steward outwit the destructive spirit. The enemy can twist the weather, but he cannot reach into the sanctuary that was built with wisdom and obedience. While the earth above groans under ice and famine, while the destructive winter does its worst, inside the Vara, the rhythm of good thoughts, good words, good deeds continues. Fires are fed, prayers are chanted, children learn the stories of creation and of Geomard and of the first couple, and now also of Yima, the king who made the world bigger and then built a world within the world to keep it from vanishing. There is a shadow as well in the figure of Yima, a hint of the fall that will later overtake him. The very texts that praise his early reign also recall that he eventually strays, that pride slips in where humility once stood, that he begins to claim for himself what should belong only to the wise Lord. They speak of the royal glory, the Kvarena, leaving him like a great bird that can no longer tolerate the smell of arrogance. That moment belongs to a later part of the chronicle, when the Golden Age has hardened into something brittle. For now, in this chapter of the story, he remains the exemplar of a mortal king who did what he was asked. He enlarged the earth. He sheltered the seed of life. He listened when the voice of wisdom warned him of a storm no one else could see. In the stillness of the Vara, with its enclosed fields and its starless sky, with the muffled sound of people moving about doing ordinary tasks in an extraordinary refuge, Yima has fulfilled the task he chose when he turned away from prophecy and accepted stewardship instead. He has bought time for creation with his obedience. Outside, the winter gathers, a white silence sharpened by the malice of Angra Mainyu. Inside, under the guarded lights, new generations are preparing to inherit a world that will no longer be innocent, but will still be worth saving. If you could stand outside the dome of the sky and look down on the world the way the gods are said to look, you would not see a blank heaven or an empty blue lid over the earth. You would see a court, not a court of lounging deities squabbling over wine and petty insults, but a severe and luminous council, a circle of presences that are at once thoughts in the mind of Ahura Mazda and persons in their own right. The ancient priests like to say that the wise Lord was alone and yet surrounded, singular and yet attended by his own qualities given shape. In their words, the high god did not sit with a family in the way of other pantheons. He sat with his virtues. His closest companions were not flesh, but principles that burned as brightly as any star, and those principles were the Amesha Spentas, the bounteous immortals, the 7 great beings that turn the wheels of the cosmos. The stories make it clear that these immortals are not lesser gods in a noisy assembly. They are more like the pillars of a great hall. You cannot remove one without bringing down part of the building. At their head stands Ahura Mazda himself, counted as the first in the 7. The others are Asha Vahishta, the best truth, the embodiment of cosmic order and holy fire. Vohu Mana, the good mind or good purpose, the kindly intelligence that guides right thought and care for cattle and all living creatures. Kashatra Vaya, the desirable dominion, the power of just rule, and the strength of metal and sky. Spenta Armighty, the holy devotion, who is the patience and faithfulness of the earth herself. Hauvatat, wholeness and health, guardian of water and completion. Amaritat, immortality, whose charge is the world of plants and the promise that life will not finally be extinguished. Each of these names is a concept, a character, and a field of responsibility all at once. To invoke one is to stir a whole corner of reality. In the layered storytelling of later texts, these Amesha Spentas radiate out from Ahura Mazda like the arms of a star. Asha keeps the pattern of things straight. When a priest kindles the ritual fire, when the flame leaps up clear and without smoke, that clarity is his work. That fire is not only heat, it is order made visible. Vohu Mana stands behind every act of kindness to animals, every decision to care for a herd rather than abuse it, because in this tradition cattle are not only wealth, they are a trust from the Creator. Kashathravaya is heard in the ring of the hammer and seen in the firm line of a city wall. He is the strength of a ruler who refuses to oppress and chooses to protect. Spenta Armaiti is felt as the strange peace that comes to those who plant and tend the soil with reverence, the quiet sense that the ground itself can be a friend if treated with humility. Horvatat ripples in rivers and wells, and Amaretat breathes in every green shoot that breaks the crust of the earth. The myth makes the point that goodness is not a vague cloud. It is structured. It has departments, if you like, and each department is an immortal. The order is sharpened by opposition. For every Amesha Spenta there is a Druj, a demon or principle of the lie, twisting what the immortal sustains. Asha Vahishta is opposed by the demon of the burning stench, the fire that devours without purity, the smoke that blinds rather than illuminates. Vohu Mana is opposed by bad mind, the whisper that turns care for creatures into cruelty and greed. Kashathravaya stands against tyrannical force, against the demon that takes metal and turns it into instruments of pointless torture. Spenta Armaiti faces indifference and contempt, the attitudes that lead people to foul the earth and treat land as carrion. Hauvatat stands against starving thirst, Amaritat against withering famine. The ancient writers do not always give each pair a neat name, but they insist on the structure. Every virtue has a corrupt mirror, and every act of corruption feeds that mirror shape. When a person lies, when they pollute, when they betray a trust, they are not just misbehaving, they are nourishing the wrong side of the council. The cosmic architecture mirrors this moral architecture. The universe is layered. There is the material world, the Getig, where men live and bleed and bury their dead. Above it stretch the regions of sky, which themselves have stations and levels. Beyond the star field there is the realm of endless light where Ahura Mazda dwells. But between Earth and that unreachable height, there are places where the Amesha Spentas and their allies hold watch. The stars are not mere pinpoints but camps of the righteous. Fire flares on earth in hearths and temples as the sign of Asha. Water runs in rivers under the eye of Hauvatat. Beyond the seven immortals stands a wider host, the Yazatars, literally the worthy ones, divine beings who are venerated but not quite on the same fundamental tier as the Amesha Spentas. They are like captains and marshals under the immortal generals, each with their own portfolios. Among them, one name towers above the rest in the stories of Justice and Dawn, Mithra, or Mir, the Lord of Covenants. Mithra strides through the texts as a tireless guardian of contracts and oaths. He is described as possessing 1,000 ears and 10,000 eyes, because no agreement escapes his attention. When two men shake hands at sunrise and pledge loyalty, Mithra rides across the horizon in his chariot with his eyes on their fingers. If either of them later breaks that oath, Mithra is the one who bears witness and demands payment. Later empires borrowed and reshaped this figure until Mithra became a distant god of soldiers and secret rites. But in the older Iranian vision, he is a stern and blazing patron of honesty. Another great Yazata is Sraosha, the personification of obedience and divine hearing, whose name is sometimes translated as attentive listening. If Mithra is the enforcer of human promises, Sraosha is the guardian of the bond between human and divine. He listens when a man or woman recites the sacred words at dawn. He is said to be armed and sleepless, patrolling the world and striking down the demons that try to invade the hour of prayer. The law places him on the Chinvat Bridge after death, that narrow crossing where souls are weighed. There he stands with scales and blade, attending as Rashnu the judge measures the deeds of the departed. Together they form part of the border guard between the world of the living and the blessed realm of the righteous. The council is not only about maintaining crops and metals, it is also about adjudicating the final accounts. Waters have their own mighty Yazata, Anahita, often called Ardvi Sura Anahita, the strong undefiled, who is at once a river, a goddess of fertility, and a guardian of all that flows. Descriptions of her show the syncretic richness of Iranian religion, with clothing of gold and jewels, a chariot drawn by white horses, associations with victory and with the womb. Yet beneath the later ornamental imagery is a simple and urgent fact. In an arid land, clean water is life, and whoever controls water controls the fate of communities. To call water sacred under the protection of Anahita is to declare that it must not be fouled. To pour libations and recite her praise at a riverbank is to acknowledge that every cup you raise has passed through her hands. Where rivers are abused, where wells are poisoned, the myth says that her anger will stir storms and failures of birth. Among the Yazatas who are most vividly connected with the cosmic struggle is Tishtraya, the shining star that later astronomers identified with Sirius. In one of the most evocative myth cycles, Tishtraya battles a demon of drought known as a Pausha. The setting is not a court or a battlefield of armored men, but the ocean above the world, the great sea of clouds from which rain is drawn. Tishtraya appears as a radiant white horse, racing toward the sea to draw up the waters and carry them to the thirsty earth. Apausha appears as a black horse, lean and spiteful, trying to block the way and prevent the rains. The two crash together in a storm of hooves and spray. At first, Tishtraya is weakened because men have not prayed with sufficient fervor. He begins to lose. The drought lengthens. Then Ahura Mazda himself strengthens him with sacrifice and praise. And with this renewed power, Tishtraya drives Apausha back and opens the way for the rains. The story ties the stars to the weather, the devotion of human beings to the success of gods. It says plainly that the council listens to the world and that their victories depend in part on human ritual. Even time has its Yazatas. There are lesser beings who preside over each day, each month, each season. They are invoked by name in the old calendars, called upon to guard the passage of days. This careful naming shows how the Zoroastrian vision saturates reality with meaning. There is no empty hour. Every slice of time is under a patron. Every month has a character shaped by its divine overseer. When a priest recites the names, he is not rattling off a list. He is acknowledging the network of loyalties that binds heaven and earth. In a world where chaos is always pressing in, to name and order the days is a small act of resistance that aligns with the large acts of the council. At the center of this entire structure lies the concept of Asha, which the Amisha Spentas serve and embody. Asha is not simply law, though it includes law. It is not simply truth, though it is the opposite of the lie. It is the pattern according to which everything that is truly real is woven. In Zoroastrian thought, even the movement of the stars and the cycle of seasons follow Asher. When people tell the truth, keep oaths, keep fire clean, wash their hands before touching sacred things, dispose of the dead in ways that do not pollute the elements, they are participating in Asher. When they lie, break promises, let filth spread into water, or hand corpses over to rot on the soil or fall into the river, they feed Drudge, the lie, the slope toward decay. The divine council exists to maintain Asher on the cosmic scale. The human community exists to echo that effort in miniature. If you imagine a map of the cosmos as the Bundahishan and related texts describe it, you will see regions assigned to different forces. Above the earth is the star station, where the righteous souls first gather after death if their deeds outweigh their sins. Higher still is the moon station, then the sun station, each brighter and purer than the last, each associated with particular yazatars and aspects of reward. These stations are not simply places to park souls. They are parts of the machinery that pushes back against the darkness. The stars shine in the night, not only so that sailors can steer and shepherds can find their way. They shine because the host of yazatars stands there in arms, watching the movements of the divers, forming a cordon of light. When a man lying awake in a village courtyard looks up and sees a spray of constellations, he is seeing the helmets of allies. The demons that oppose this intricate order are not merely grotesque monsters, they are caricatures of the same responsibilities. There are demons of drought, demons of pollution, demons of envy. Where the Amisha Spenters build structure, the Daivas unbuild it. Where the Yazatas keep contracts, the demons tempt to betrayal. The destructive spirit sends them like termites, not to topple the house in one blow, but to gnaw unseen. This is why the daily disciplines matter. What looks to a lazy mind like tedious ritual is presented in the myth as essential defense. To wash, to keep fire clean, to recite the proper words, to slaughter cattle in the correct way, to marry faithfully, all these are shown as contributions to the war effort. Every household becomes a tiny outpost of the divine council, a small fortress of Asher under siege. The imagery of the council, with its immortals and worthy ones, its stars and rivers and guardians of bridges, could easily have become distant and abstract, but in the Zoroastrian, telling it is always being pulled down into the grit of daily life. The same council that oversees the passage of souls across the Chinvat Bridge is invoked over the birth of a child or the lighting of a cooking fire. The sun that is revered as a sign of Mithra sweeps across fields where farmers curse at stones and bend their backs in sweat. The water that belongs to Anahita fills simple clay jars in simple homes. The grand cosmic order is not kept intact by occasional spectacular interventions. It is upheld by constant collaboration between the high and the low, the infinite and the finite. In the high mythic view, if you could rise with your mind and look at the world the way Ahura Mazda and his council see it, you would see lines of luminous connection between every honest word and the precinct of Mithra, between every clean flame and the hall of Asha Vahishta, between every act of patience in the face of hardship and the quiet smile of Spenta Almighty. You would see dark threads too, linking acts of cruelty and lies to the swollen appetites of the Devas. You would understand that history is not simply a chain of dynasties and wars, but an immense, ceaseless transaction between the invisible council and the visible world. When kings fall and empires rise, when plagues sweep through cities and rivers flood or dry, the myth suggests that somewhere in the halls of endless light and in the camps of 1,000 stars, beings of unimaginable age are taking note, balancing ledgers, readying their next move in a contest whose end has already been written and yet must still be fought. By the time the man called Zarathustra first opened his eyes, the world was already old with compromises. Kings had come and gone, leaving behind heaps of stones and stories. The seasons kept their weary round. The fire still burned on village hearths and temple altars. But in many places men had forgotten what it was meant to represent. They fed it blood and fat, and called down favor from spirits whose names tasted of smoke and fear. The ancient war between Asher and the lie continued. But now, it was muddied by habit. People bowed to whatever god seemed most useful, prayed for victory in battle and full bellies, and did not trouble themselves over where truth ended and the lie began. The demons had learned a more subtle game. Instead of prowling in monstrous shapes at the edge of the world, they whispered inside familiar rituals and made their homes in the laziness of the human mind. The traditions about Zarathustra's birth are stitched with omens, as if the storytellers needed the sky itself to swear that something important was happening. Some say he was born into the clan of the Spitamers in a region of cold rivers and hard pastures that the Avesta calls Arianum Vaja, the Aryan expanse, somewhere in the northeast where winter has a sharp smell and men learn early to respect water and fire. His mother Dugdeva dreamed of light entering her body. The fires of the village burned higher on the night he came into the world. In later books, the demons notice his birth as well. They see a new brightness on the earth, and they react the way vermin always do when a lantern is lifted. They try to smother it. One tale says that an evil spirit sends wolves and storm to destroy the newborn, only to have them turned aside by unseen hands. Another has the infant rescued by cattle, the sacred herd sheltering the future prophet with their warm bodies in a cold stall. The details vary, but the intent is clear. From the first breath, this child stands in the crosshairs of the unseen war. His first years follow a pattern that would have been familiar to many in his world and utterly foreign to ours. As a boy, he would have learned the prayers and practices of the old religion, the recited formulas addressed to various gods and spirits, the correct way to tend a fire, the respect owed to cattle, the rites for disposing of the dead so that their bodies did not pollute earth or water. He would have watched priests chanting before the flames, watched warriors sharpening bronze blades, watched farmers hook their plows to patient oxen. The stories say that he mastered these skills easily. He could memorize long sequences of words. He could sing. He was curious, the kind of child who watched an old man perform a sacrifice and wanted to know not only how, but why. In an age when education was ritual and survival, he took to both. Most of the traditions agree on one thing. From an early age, Zarathustra was troubled by the cruelty he saw hidden inside the rituals. He watched animals killed in ways that were more about display than necessity. Blood poured out in hope of bribing one god to stand against another god. He saw men boast of sacrifices made while they cheated their neighbors in trade, or mocked the poor at the village well. The old gods themselves, the Daivas who were worshipped in many Indo-Iranian tribes, did not strike him as worthy of their offerings. Their myths were full of quarrels, hangovers, and ego. They loved thunder and plunder, and their priests loved fees. The boy who would become the prophet looked at this jumbled altar and felt a quiet revulsion. If the world had been built according to a straight pattern, how could the powers that ruled it be so crooked? As he grew older, that unease did not pass. He studied with priests and warriors both, learning to handle the sacred Beresma rods and the bow, learning the old chants and the lore of the clans. Some sources say he left home at 20 and spent 10 years wandering, seeking answers in other schools and shrines. Whether or not the chronology is exact, the stories agree that he became a questioner. He did not break with tradition in a bright teenage rebellion. He wore the same clothes as other men, ate the same food, observed the same taboos, but inside he was grinding at the contradictions. If there was a wise lord, as some old hymns suggested, why was he hidden behind a spectacle of petty gods? If truth was fundamental, as every honest farmer knew when he assessed the shape of a furrow or the soundness of a stone, why were men so willing to live by lies? The moment of revelation comes when Zarathustra is around 30 years old, at the age when in many cultures a man is expected to take his full place among his people. It happens, the stories say, during a spring festival by a river, sometimes named as the Daitya, sometimes as another stream of cold, clear water running from the mountains. The community is gathered to honor the traditional gods, with fires burning and cattle lowing, the air thick with smoke and the murmur of prayers. Zarathustra is performing his part as a priest, perhaps preparing the sacred Hauma drink or leading chants, when something singular cuts through the routine. He goes to the river to draw water, and there the world changes. He later describes what occurs in language that is part poetry and part report. The first being he sees is Vohu Mana, good mind, in the form of a radiant figure who appears by the riverbank and asks him if he is ready to leave the old path. The presence of Vohu Mana is not a vision of vague light. It is a clarity that pierces him, a sense that his own mind is being aligned with a larger intelligence. Led by this guide, he finds himself in the presence of Ahura Mazda and the Amisha Spentas, the counsel of which he had perhaps heard only in hints and broken older hymns. Now he does not hear about them. He experiences them. Truth is not an idea, but a vast presence that stands before him as Asha Vahishta. Devotion is not a mood, but the deep patience of Spenta Armaiti. Health is not an accident, but Harvatat watching over waters. Immortality is not a wish, but Ameritat standing where life overflows death. The wise Lord himself is there, not in the crude form of an idol, but as the source from which all these beings flow. In later Gathic verses that Zoroastrian tradition attributes directly to Zarathustra, you catch echoes of this vision. He speaks to Ahura Mazda with the familiarity of one who has been in that presence and survived. He speaks of the two primal spirits, one choosing truth, one choosing the lie, of the entire history of the world being shaped by that first moral divergence. He insists that the divers are not gods at all, but creatures of bad thought, unworthy of worship, allied with Angra Mainyu. This is not a polite adjustment of the old religion. It is a sword stroke. In a world where it was common to honor many deities for different needs, he declares a single wise lord and demotes the rest to the status of hostile spirits. In a culture where ritual correctness had often overshadowed ethics, he insists that the heart of religion is moral choice. Good thoughts, good words, good deeds. If those are wrong, no amount of sacrifice will produce anything but smoke. The shock of that realization does not make his life easier. When the vision ends, he is still a man standing by a river with water on his hands and the smell of smoke in his clothes. The village still expects him to play his role, but something fundamental has shifted. The Gathas show him wrestling, not in doubt over the reality of what he has seen, but in grief and frustration over how few people are willing to listen. He returns to his own people and begins to teach this clarified faith, calling men and women to reject Daivas, to honor Ahura Mazda alone, to align their lives with Asha. He speaks of the reward for the righteous and the punishment for the wicked after death, of the Chinvat bridge where each soul will be judged, of the final renovation of the world when evil will be destroyed. These are not entirely new ideas, but he sharpens them, sets them like stakes in the ground. The response from his own clan is mostly cold. The priests of the old cult hear his denunciations of devas and see not lofty theology but a direct threat to their position. If no one needs to propitiate this or that spirit with elaborate sacrifice, if the emphasis shifts from quantity of offerings to quality of conscience, what will happen to their entrenched power? The warriors are not pleased to be told that raiding and slaughter have moral consequences that cannot be cleaned away with a few ritual words. The wealthy do not enjoy hearing that their treatment of servants and debtors will be weighed as carefully as their temple gifts. Even his own family is torn. Some support him, others are embarrassed or afraid. In several stories, he is driven into exile. So begins a long period of wandering for the prophet. He travels from settlement to settlement with a small band of followers, which early on consists mainly of his cousin Medioimaungha and a few others. You can imagine him in simple clothes, staff in hand, stepping into dust-blown courtyards and asking for a hearing. He would speak without the glamour of temples. His voice would rise above the noise of children and animals, cutting through the bustle with the austere weight of his message. There is one unseen God who created all. The world is a battlefield between truth and lie. Every one of you is a soldier in that war. Your choices matter more than your rituals. Feed your cattle well, keep your promises, keep the fire clean. Do not pollute water, do not worship demons. The world as you know it will end in a vast judgment. Align yourselves now, while there is time. There is something almost unbearably modern in the loneliness of this figure, trudging through an unconverted world with a doctrine that seems too abstract for people whose main concern is whether the next winter will kill their herd. Many do not listen. Some mock him. The devas in the stories rage at him. They send temptations and terrors, try to silence him with threats and bribes. He resists, because once you have stood before the wise Lord and the council of immortals, the old spirits look small. Still, the human difficulty of his mission is real. He needs a base, a community powerful enough to shelter his teaching. Without that, his revelations will be a fire that flickered and went out in the wind. The change comes when he reaches the court of King Vishtaspa. The location of this court has been debated endlessly by scholars, but in the mythic narrative it is set in Bactria, or a similar rich region, a land of horsemen and fortress towns, where a strong king can gather armies and priests in a sun-baked hall. Vishtaspa is presented as a complex figure, neither tyrant nor saint. A man of power surrounded by advisors who are not eager to see their master adopt a new faith. Zarathustra appears at this court not as a conquering magician, but as a stranger with a song. He seeks an audience, explains his doctrine, recites his gathas, and is met at first with skepticism and hostility. The existing priests, whose gods he calls demons, whisper in the king's ear. Why listen to a vagabond from a minor clan who calls our gods false and claims to know the secrets of the universe? The legends embroider what follows with the bright colors of miracle. One story tells that the king's favorite horse is struck down, its legs drawn up into its body by a demon's curse, leaving it sagging and helpless. None of the court magicians can help. Zarathustra offers to heal the animal if the king will listen to his teaching without prejudice. Vishtaspa agrees grudgingly. The prophet lays his hands on the horse, prays to Ahura Mazda, and gradually the legs emerge again, one by one, until the animal stands whole. Another tale has him survive a trial by ordeal, or demonstrate his insight by revealing hidden things. Whether you take these episodes as literal marvels or as symbolic statements that his wisdom restored what the old cult had crippled, their narrative purpose is the same. They show a hard man brought to attention by something he cannot explain away. Vishtaspa listens. The Gathas preserve echoes of the dialogue that follows, with the king and his wife Hutaosa asking questions about creation, about the nature of the two spirits, about the fate of the soul after death. Zarathustra answers with the stark confidence of one who has received his information from the source. He describes the path of the righteous soul ascending to the star, moon, and sun stations, greeted by its own Dana, its inner self that appears as a beautiful maiden if it has lived well, or as a hideous figure if it has lived badly. He explains the Chinvat Bridge, wide as a highway for those whose good deeds outweigh their evil, narrow as a razor for those who chose the lie. He speaks of the House of Song, the realm of Ahura Mazda, and the House of Worst Existence, the dwelling of demons and damned. He tells of a future savior, Saushant, who will be born in a distant age from a maiden impregnated by the seed of Zarathustra, preserved in the waters of a sacred lake, a figure who will lead the final battle against evil and preside over the resurrection of the dead. These teachings, with their grave beauty and their emphasis on justice, do not leave Vishtaspa unmoved. The king and queen Hutaosa are eventually converted, and with their conversion the whole axis of the story tilts. The lonely prophet with a handful of followers now has a royal patron. The new faith is no longer a rumor wandering in from the steppe. It has a throne. Fire temples begin to appear supported by royal wealth, places where the sacred flame is kept burning on stone altars, where priests recite the Gathas and newer prayers, where worship is given to Ahura Mazda and the Amisha Spentas rather than to the old pantheon of Dayavas. Laws are written that reflect the prophet's ethical concerns, protecting cattle and family, setting standards for honesty in trade, codifying the handling of corpses so that the elements are not polluted. For Zarathustra himself, this victory does not mean an easy old age. Tradition holds that he continues to compose hymns and instruct disciples, deepening the liturgy and clarifying doctrine. The Gathas have passages of joy, passages of weariness, passages where he pleads with Ahura Mazda to give strength to those who follow the truth in a world that still yields easily to the lie. His personal life is touched by both happiness and loss. He marries, has children, watches them grow up in a court that is now officially devoted to his god, but still haunted by old loyalties and resentments. The demons do not stop attacking simply because the king has changed sides. There are conspiracies, setbacks, persecutions of his followers in regions that have not accepted the new teaching. The war between Asha and Druj has simply entered a new phase, one in which the wise lord's strategy now includes an organized human community, consciously aligned with his will. Some later stories say that Zarathustra dies as violently as any warrior, killed in a fire temple by an invading enemy who strikes him down while he stands before the flame. Others imagine a quieter passing, an old prophet returning to the light he first saw at the river. The scriptures themselves are silent on the manner, interested more in the living message than in the circumstances of death. In either case, his departure from the world does not end his role in the mythic drama. His seed, literally and figuratively, is said to endure, preserved for the future Saoshyants who will arise at the appointed times. His words, set into the weave of ritual, are repeated by priestly mouths across centuries. Every time a Zoroastrian recites one of the Gathas in the original tongue, the cadence carries the memory of that first voice, and the moment on the riverbank when a man saw the wise Lord and chose to stake his life on that site. The figure of Zarathustra that looks back at us from these traditions is not a bland sage floating above history. He is a man of his time and place, walking among cattle and warriors, arguing before kings, enduring mockery and exile, wrestling with the stubbornness of his own people. Yet through him, the entire cosmic story becomes personal. What had been described in grand terms as a war between spirits becomes a choice at the level of a single mind, a single mouth. Through him, Ahura Mazda's counsel speaks directly into human society, not as a vague rumor but as a detailed program for how to think, speak, and act in a world that will someday be judged. Through him, a scattered set of ancient insights hardens into one of the great ethical religions of the world, with its insistence that history is moving toward a final reckoning and that every action, however small, helps push the world toward that day. When the voice of a prophet fades, the world looks around for something solid to carry his words. In Iran, that weight settled on stone and flame and on the shoulders of kings. Zarathustra had walked beside rivers and through dust-blown courtyards, speaking of Ahura Mazda and the two primal spirits, of the bridge of judgment and the final renewal. For a time, his teaching had a human face and a human voice. After his death, the message had to learn the language of empire. Fire, which had always been a sign of Asha, now became the center of royal ritual. Kings who traced their legitimacy through Vishtaspa began to see themselves as the living ramparts of the wise lord, temporal guardians of the spiritual order. In their courts, the old myths shifted from campfire stories to state theology. The land itself was changing. The patchwork of clans and small kingdoms in which Zarathustra had preached would give rise to a power that astonished the ancient world. Cyrus, whom later generations would call the Great, rose from the Persian tribes and broke the domination of the Medes. He took Babylon without a siege of legend, stepped through its gates, and presented himself not as a barbarian conqueror, but as a restorer of order. The clay cylinders that carry his proclamations are written in the language of Mesopotamian tradition, but behind them lies an Iranian sense of kingship, already colored by Mazdayaznian ideas. A king is legitimate only if he protects truth and justice, only if his rule brings prosperity instead of chaos. The wise lord may not be named in those Babylonian texts, yet in Iranian memory Cyrus stands as a model of righteous rulership, a man whose Kavaranah, his royal glory, blazed so brightly that later kings would invoke his name when they invoked Ahura Mazda. It is with Darius, though, that the union of throne and flame comes fully into focus. When you stand before the cliff at Behistun in present-day western Iran and look up at the carved relief and the long inscription, you are looking at scripture cut into a mountain. Darius has himself carved tall and straight upon a stone platform, 1 foot upon a rebel who lies bound. Above him, in a disk of winged light, floats a figure with a beard and a raised hand, the sign of Ahura Mazda. The god is not rendered as a full man striding. He is a presence in the air, emerging from a ring that some see as the symbol of eternity. The king stands below, accepting the favor, his hand raised in respect. The inscription around this image speaks repeatedly of the wise lord. Darius tells how Ahura Mazda created the earth and the sky and mankind, how he gave kingship to Darius because he favors the one who does not lie. Again and again, in line after line, the king insists that he has crushed rebellion and maintained order because the lie is hateful to Ahura Mazda and must be destroyed. There is a dark beauty in that marriage of piety and force. On the one hand, you have a ruler who publicly swears that his power is conditional. If he lies, if he fails in justice, he knows that Ahura Mazda can take his glory away. On the other hand, every rebel becomes not only a political opponent, but an ally of the lie. Every revolt, a hint of cosmic treachery. This is the tension that runs through the whole history of Zoroastrian kingship. Asha is the standard, but who decides where Asha ends and self-interest begins? Darius punishes usurpers and inscribes their names in stone as liars and traitors to the wise lord. Somewhere in the dust below the cliff, Mothers mourn sons whose faces were never carved. The mythology of truth sits on a platform of corpses. The wise Lord does not speak in his own voice to correct the record. Men speak in his name. In the palaces at Persepolis, the great ceremonial capital that Darius and his successors raised from a rocky terrace, the language of fire and order becomes architecture. The columns of the audience halls rise like spears. Reliefs show delegations from every province of the empire bringing tribute. Files of men in carefully carved costume leading animals or bearing vessels of gold. There is an overwhelming sense of harmony, of a world arranged in tiers and led toward a central point. Somewhere in these spaces, perhaps in a separate sanctuary or atop a tower, there would have been an altar where the sacred flame burned. The exact layout of early imperial fire temples remains a matter of scholarly argument, but the practice of tending a pure fire under priestly watch is beyond doubt. The Magi, that priestly tribe mentioned even by Greek writers, kept the fires alive on behalf of king and people, chanting parts of the Avesta, reciting the gathas that carried the memory of Zarathustra. The daily life of a fire temple in Achaemenid and later times fused cosmic myth with exacting discipline. The fire itself was usually kindled from several sources considered pure, such as lightning strikes or the hearths of righteous households, then combined and consecrated. Once established, it had to be kept burning without interruption. The priests fed it dry, clean wood. They covered their mouths with cloth so that their breath would not pollute the flame. They approached with bare feet and washed hands, carrying the fuel in specific ways, chanting as they went. Around the fire, certain laws of purity held with iron weight. No corpse could come near. No rotting thing could be allowed within its precinct. The temple stood as a small model of the orderly cosmos, a place where Asha was given its proper due, where the lie was barred at the threshold. These fires came to be graded and ranked. In later centuries, the highest grade, called the fire of victory or of the king, would burn in grand temples that also served as treasuries and political symbols. A king who kept such a fire properly was not just managing ritual. He was demonstrating his role as upholder of creation. When he rode out to war, he could imagine that the flame behind him was a banner brighter than any cloth, a piece of the original light of Mazda that his forefathers had carried across generations. Travelers who climbed the hill to such a temple on a cold night would see the glow from afar, a hearth for more than one village. For a people who revered fire as the visible face of truth, these towers and altars were as important as fortresses. The close partnership between royal power and Zoroastrian faith did not mean that every Persian king was a saint or a theologian. Cyrus respected the gods of the lands he conquered and allowed exiled peoples to return home. Darius carved his devotion in stone. Xerxes is remembered in Greek accounts as a vandal in foreign temples and a man of sometimes erratic temper. Yet in his own inscriptions, he too invokes Ahura Mazda and prays for protection against the lie. Later rulers within the same tradition would fall into intrigues and murders as bloody as anything in the sagas of other lands. The Magi themselves, guardians of the flame, were not immune to the temptations of influence. Their control over ritual and purity laws gave them leverage in court. There are stories of priestly factions using religious arguments to undercut rival nobles, of kings balancing alliances between clan chiefs and temple elites. Then there was the shock of the Macedonian storm. Alexander, marching east from Greece, smashed the power of the Achaemenids and burned the palace at Persepolis in an act that some say was drunken vandalism and others see as cold political theater. Flames that were meant to symbolize the wise lord now leaped along cedar beams and carved lintels, consuming the works of generations. For Zoroastrians, This catastrophe became one of the great turning points in sacred history. The age of the good kings who supported the faith collapsed. Foreigners took the throne, and although some of the old practices continued in rural and private settings, the imperial marriage between fire and kingship was broken. The texts speak of this era as one of confusion, when parts of the Avesta were lost or scattered, when priests had to flee and hide their traditions. Out of that long twilight grew new dynasties, the Seleucids with their Greek language, the Parthians with their powerful cavalry and looser confederation of noble houses. Through all these changes, the Zoroastrian faith persisted like an ember at the bottom of a hearth. House fires were still tended with care. Local shrines kept flames alive. Mobile priests carried ritual knowledge from one noble family to another. The great gathering and systematizing of the religion would not come until the rise of the Sasanian kings. But in these intervening centuries, in frontier fortresses and village courtyards, people still told the stories of Gayamad and Yima, still recited the name of Ahura Mazda when they saw the sun rise over a line of black hills. When Ardashir, founder of the Sasanian line, finally seized power in the 3rd century of the Common Era, he did so under the sign of a renewed alliance between sword and fire. His family traced its roots to guardians of a local fire temple in Persis. This gave his claim a double edge. He was both noble and priestly, a man of war who could also present himself as the chosen restorer of the true faith. The rock relief at Nakhshe Rustam, carved near the old Achaemenid tombs, shows him on horseback receiving the royal ring from Ahura Mazda, while both king and god trample fallen enemies. Beneath the hooves lies the defeated Parthian ruler, and beneath Ahura Mazda's mount lies a prone figure interpreted as the god of lies or a rival claimant. Once again, divine and human victory are carved together. Ardashir is telling the world that his throne is a direct extension of Mazda's will, that he has revived an ancient compact. Under Ardashir and his son Shapur and their descendants, Zoroastrianism becomes unmistakably the state religion. Fire temples are built and rebuilt, some on hilltops as citadels of light, others within fortified complexes that combine ritual with administration. Priests are organized into a hierarchy with a chief Mobad at the top, a high priest who advises the king and helps shape law. The canon of scripture is gathered, edited, and expanded in Middle Persian, drawing on older Avestan verses and later commentaries. Legal codes are produced that weave religious purity rules into civil regulation, touching everything from inheritance to penalties for pollution. The burial customs that had long required corpses to be exposed so that earth and fire and water are not tainted are now strictly enforced, with towers built near cities where the dead are left for birds and the bones later gathered. The Sasanians also intensify the mythic aura of their rule through the concept of Ka-Varena. Royal glory is presented as an almost physical fire that adheres to the worthy. In epic tales preserved later in the Shahnameh and other works, kings who act unjustly see this glory leave them in the form of a bird or a blazing radiance that departs and settles on a more deserving figure. This is not simply poetic fantasy. It expresses a deeply Zoroastrian idea that legitimacy is spiritual and can be lost through moral failure. A just king who protects the faith, builds fire temples, supports the poor, and resists the lie will glow with Ka-Varena. An unjust king, no matter how strong his army, will eventually find his glory gone and his throne shaking. Yet, the union of Zoroastrianism and Sasanian kingship has its shadows. Religious minorities within the empire, including Christians, Jews, and later emerging movements, sometimes find themselves under pressure or direct persecution, especially when foreign powers share their creed. The priests who guard orthodoxy can be suspicious of theological experiment. When a new prophet arises among the people, speaking of new revelations or strange blends of doctrines, the response from court and temple is often swift and harsh. In this, the heirs of Zarathustra show themselves as much men of their age as servants of their God. They are capable of seeing their faith not only as a path to righteousness, but as a marker of identity that must be defended against dilution with all the tools of law and force. Still, for all its hardness, the Sasanian vision of a Zoroastrian empire is one in which cosmic myth and daily governance are tightly interlaced. The king rises in the morning and offers prayers to Ahura Mazda before turning to petitions from generals and satraps. The high priest oversees the copying of sacred texts and also advises on tax policy. Farmers sow grain under calendars that include the names of Yazatas. The fire temple is both a spiritual center and a symbol on royal seals. Messengers carry dispatches from Ctesiphon across mountains and deserts, and as they pass through towns, they see the glow of sacred fires along their route like station lamps. When the armies of Islam arrive from the west in the 7th century, bringing a new scripture and a fierce new monotheism, they encounter this tightly woven fabric. The fall of the Sasanian Empire is political and military, but for Zoroastrians it is also a shattering of the old marriage between throne and flame. Fire temples are closed, converted, or abandoned. Some priests and nobles convert to the new faith, seeking advantage or survival. Others cling to their traditions in shrinking enclaves. Groups of Zoroastrians eventually flee east to Gujarat and other regions of India, becoming the Parsis, who will keep the fire burning on foreign soil. Those who remain in Iran adapt to minority existence, their rituals compressed but not extinguished. Through all of this, the mythic imagination does not stop working. Later texts composed in the post-Sasanian period reinterpret the loss of empire as another phase in the cosmic war, a long night before a promised dawn. Stories are told of hidden fires kept alive in cellars and mountain shrines, of kings in exile who still dream of restoring Mazda's kingdom. The idea that history is a corridor of 12,000 years with a fixed end allows believers to see even the crushing of their institutions as a passing phase. The flame on the altar may be doused by men, but the fire of Asher that burns in the heart of the wise lord cannot be so easily quenched. In this chapter of the saga, the figure of the king is never simple. He is at once a champion of truth and a wielder of violence, a man who kneels before the sacred fire and then orders campaigns that will kill thousands, a protector of law whose ministers may take bribes in his name. Yet within that contradiction lies a core image that persists. The righteous ruler, the one who truly embodies the teaching of Zarathustra, is imagined as a man who keeps the fire pure, who hears the counsel of wise priests but is not their puppet, who punishes the lie even when it would be convenient to use it, who sees his Kavarina not as a private possession but as a trust from Ahura Mazda. It is an ideal rarely fully realized, but its presence as an expectation shapes the stories people tell about their past and the hopes they whisper about their future. If you step back from the bright moments of revelation and coronation, from the clean flame on temple altars and the chiseled boasts of kings, the story of this world as the Zoroastrians tell it is not a string of triumphs. It is a long war of attrition. The prophet had said from the beginning that time itself was shaped as a corridor of struggle, 12,000 years carved out within the endless light so that the lie could run its course and be answered. That corridor is divided into ages, each with its own flavor of pain. The first 3,000 years saw spiritual creation and the first material world. The next 3,000 absorbed the shock of Angra Mainyu's assault and the early reign of Yima. With the coming of Zarathustra and the kings who took his side, the universe crossed the midway point. From there on, the texts say, the battle grows more intense and more personal. The ages that follow are not polite declines, they are ages of strife. The old priests like to describe the present as a mixed world, where good and evil are intertwined in every field and every heart. In the earliest times, cattle and men had known periods without sickness. That mercy ended long ago. Now disease moves through herds like a shadow and passes on to villages, taking children with no regard for the piety of their parents. The demons who once attacked the primordial bull from outside now operate from within the body itself. They appear as fevers, as wasting infirmities, as slow rotting of joints and organs. To the mythic mind, every sickness is an attempted assassination carried out by servants of Angra Mainyu. Physicians, when they work honestly, are not simply professionals. They are allies of Hauvatat and Amaritat, of health and immortality, resisting the creeping dissolution of the flesh. Every time a healer refuses to give in to despair and continues to fight for a patient, he is hauling on a rope that stretches back to the first creation. The same harsh blend of the mundane and the cosmic shows in the way Zoroastrian lore speaks of injustice and social breakdown. There are passages in later Pahlavi texts that read like reports from a collapsing frontier. Judges take bribes, rulers favor the rich and grind the poor. Thieves grow confident because punishment is rare. Craftsmen abandon the care of their work and accept shoddy results. Children forget the stories of their ancestors and repeat foreign songs without understanding what they mean. The writers of these passages are not simply nostalgic conservatives longing for earlier days. They are theologians who see in every crooked verdict and every lazy omission the hand of specific demons. Ashma, the spirit of furious violence, rejoices in civil war and drunken brawls. Bushiasta, the demon of sloth, rejoices when a man who knows he should rise for prayer rolls over and goes back to sleep. Spite has a name. Cowardice has a name. Every vice is personified, given a face and a voice, so that no one can pretend that it comes from nowhere. Over all these personal failures hangs a developing sense of collective decline. Some of the most haunting apocalyptic writings of the tradition, such as the text known as the Zand of Waman Yasin, present visions of successive future ages in which the signs of corruption become more blatant. There are prophecies of years when rain will not fall at the proper time, when the seasons will blur and harvests will become unreliable. Crops will sprout but not ripen. Animals will give birth to weak and sickly offspring. The quality of food will decline. People will eat more and be nourished less. The land itself will seem tired, as if Spenta Almighty, the genius of earth, has been worn down by constantly bearing the weight of those who walk upon her without gratitude. In these visions, metals too are degraded. Gold and silver become scarce or impure. Iron, the metal of weapons and tools, is forged into instruments of oppression rather than justice. Kshathra Vaya, the dominion that should guarantee protection, is twisted into tyranny. Weapons meant for defense are turned on neighbors. Kings forget their obligation to uphold Asha and instead sell judgment to the highest bidder. The royal glory, the Kvarina that once clung to righteous rulers like a halo, flares around men who have never spoken honestly in their lives. It is not that the spiritual laws have changed. It is that the world has shifted into that part of the long corridor where the lie is allowed to show its teeth without disguise, so that when judgment comes, there will be no one who can claim ignorance of what evil really is. The chroniclers of these dark ages do not content themselves with broad social pictures. They go down to the level of the household. They predict days when respect between generations will fray. Sons will speak to fathers without deference. Mothers will resent daughters. Marriage will be treated as a temporary convenience rather than a solemn contract guarded by Mithra, and so the demon of broken oaths will find a throne at many tables. Hospitality will be grudging. The stranger at the gate will be treated as a threat more quickly than as a guest. This erosion of basic decency is presented as one of the clearest signs that the world is moving toward a decisive crisis. When ordinary people no longer see one another as fellow soldiers in the fight for Asher, but as obstacles or prey, the great enemy has done most of his work. Underlying all of this is a calendar of hope. The same texts that speak of famine and betrayal also speak of saviors yet to come. Zarathustra, in the oldest Gathas, had already hinted that his work was part of a larger series, that there would be future Saoshyants, benefactors, who would arise in later ages to rekindle the faith. Later tradition gives these figures names and tentative dates. In one scheme, the last 9,000 years of the cosmic plan are divided into 3 periods of 3,000 years each marked by the appearance of a savior born from the miraculously preserved seed of Zarathustra. The first is called Ukshyat Erta, he who makes truth grow. The second is Ukshyat Nema, he who makes reverence grow. The third, who will appear at the very end of time as we know it, is Astvat Irata, so closely bound to the concept of righteousness made living that his name is sometimes simply rendered as the Saoshyant. These saviors are not distant abstractions. In the imagination of the faithful, they are flesh and blood, will walk upon dusty roads, and speak in tongues men can understand. The tradition situates their birth around a sacred lake where heavenly beings guard the seed of the prophet in its waters. Young maidens of pure life will come to that lake to wash, and one of them will be overshadowed and conceive without the touch of a man. The son she bears will grow up aware of his calling. Each Saoshyant will stand against the rising tide of Druj in his age, calling people back to honor Ahura Mazda and the Amesha Spentas, challenging corrupt rulers, strengthening the weak. They are not expected to win easily. The very names of their missions imply struggle. To make truth grow in a world where the soil has been salted with lies is work that will cost blood and tears. Between these peaks of saviorhood lie long centuries in which the ordinary faithful must hold the line. The Pahlavi books paint a picture of these ages that is both bleak and strangely bracing. They speak of times when the Zoroastrian community will be reduced to a small remnant, scattered across foreign lands, their fire temples razed or repurposed, their priests forced to pass on the Avesta in secret. They foretell seasons when evil teachers will arise, dressed in the language of piety but smuggling in doctrines that contradict the prophet. There will be preachers who call the lie good and the good harmful. There will be false miracles, impressive displays that convince the lazy-minded that Angra Mainyu carries the true power. Those who cling to the original teaching will do so at great cost. They will lose property, status, sometimes their lives. Yet the texts insist that their reward will be weighty. Every insult endured for the sake of Asher becomes a jewel in their crown beyond the Chinvat Bridge. The sense of spiritual siege becomes more vivid when the demon host is enumerated. Eshma of the Bloody Mace is imagined raging in battlefields and kitchens alike, whenever tempers break and fists fly. Indra, in the inverted Zoroastrian usage, is a Deva of apostasy, leading people away from the worship of Ahura Mazda. Sauru haunts the councils of rulers, pushing them toward harsh punishments and harsh words. The picture that emerges is one in which the age of strife is not distinguished by some entirely new evil, but by the increasing success of these familiar enemies. They are ancient spirits whose work becomes easier as human vigilance wanes. Bushyasta stretches out people's nights so that they sleep through dawn prayers. The demon of despondency whispers that nothing matters because the world is too far gone to be saved. The mythology answers that despair is itself a victory for the opponent. To give up on Asha because the lie seems to be winning is to switch sides. For the individual's soul, these ages of hardness sharpen the meaning of every decision. Zoroastrian teaching about the afterlife had always emphasized the weighing of deeds, but in an era felt as especially corrupt, the doctrine takes on a desperate urgency. The journey after death, as described in the books, becomes a kind of mirror in which the ages are reflected. After 3 nights of staying near the corpse, hearing the cries of mourners and the first hints of decay, the soul sets out toward the Chinvat bridge, accompanied by its Dana, its inner self made visible. For those who have lived according to Asia, that companion appears as a beautiful maiden, strong and radiant, who leads them forward with encouraging speech. For those who have lived by the lie, the Dana appears twisted, foul, contemptuous, a figure that embodies all their neglected responsibilities and spurned chances. At the bridge stand, Srausha, Mithra, and Rashnu. Srausha, obedience, is there to testify to the person's prayers and acts of worship. Mithra, guardian of oaths, remembers every promise kept or broken. Rashnu, the straight judge, holds the scales. The books are clear that no bribe can influence this weighing. Kings and beggars stand in the same wind. If good thoughts, words, and deeds outweigh their opposites, the bridge widens and the soul passes into the luminous realms. If the balance tilts toward evil, the bridge narrows to a blade and the soul falls into choking darkness. There is also a third possibility. For those whose deeds are almost exactly balanced, they go to a middle region, neither bliss nor torment, a grey waiting place until the final reckoning. The more corrupt the age, the more people fear this judgment, and the more they long for the promised Saoshyants, who will help tilt history itself back toward the good. One might expect that such an outlook would produce only heavy hearts. Yet there is in the Zoroastrian vision of the ages of strife an undercurrent of fierce, almost stubborn confidence. The very fact that Ahura Mazda revealed the timeline and the coming of saviors is treated as proof that he has not abandoned the world. He does not pretend that things will improve steadily through human effort. He warns that they will get worse. But he also promises that in the worst moments, he will raise up leaders whose presence will make it impossible to say that no one knew the right path. There is a grim courtesy in this. The lie is given space to show what it really is. The truth is given heralds in every age. When the end comes, no soul will be able to claim that it had no hint of which side it was on. In the minds of later generations living through invasion and loss of empire, we can hear how these myths became both explanation and lifeline. When Arabs carrying the green banners of Islam conquered the Sasanian realm, when fire temples were closed and new houses of worship rose, many Zoroastrians interpreted the shock through the lens of the Waman Yazn and similar visions. They saw the rise of foreign rule and new religious laws as signs that the world had entered one of the darker sequences of the corridor. Some converted and tried to reconcile the new doctrine with the old. Others fled, carrying with them into exile the hope that their suffering was not random but part of an ordained testing. In fires kept in hidden shrines in Iran or in new temples in India, priests told their congregations that these troubles had been foretold. The demons were having a season of success. The lie was wearing new costumes. It would not win in the end. So the ages of strife roll on, a rising series of waves in which men and women are forced again and again to decide whether they will ride with the flood or dig their heels into the sand. The cosmic story that began with spiritual light and a first assault on an unwounded world now has the texture of crowded streets, empty granaries, broken promises, and occasional acts of astonishing courage in the face of a general drift into cowardice. Somewhere in these centuries, at times hidden and at times proclaimed, the figures of the promised Saoshyants move closer to the edge of the stage. The wise lord watches. The destructive spirit rages and celebrates each temporary victory. The Amesha Spentars and the demon host lean over the rails of their unseen realms, counting each choice. By the time the last savior steps into the story, the corridor of time that Ahura Mazda carved out at the beginning is almost used up. The ages of strife have done their work. The world is worn thin in places, like a cloak that has been mended and stained and pulled at for so long that even its strongest seams are fraying. The signs that the old texts whispered about are everywhere. Winters bite without mercy. Summers parch the ground until it splits. Kings rise and fall with astonishing speed, caring less and less about justice and more about clawing a few years of power out of the chaos. The poor do not remember what it felt like to trust judges. Priests argue over words while the fires in their temples grow smaller. Men and women wake in the grey hour before dawn, listen to the wind sliding over rooftops, and feel a tired suspicion that the world is not simply in trouble but nearing the end of its allowance. And yet even here, along this cracked edge of history, the myth insists that the plan has never swerved. Long before this dark twilight, when Zarathustra still walked under hard mountain skies, the wise lord had spoken of one who would come when the world was ripe for ending. The priests tell it like this. In a lake hidden in a remote land, often named as the waters of Kansaoya or as Lake Frazdan or some other sacred basin, the seed of the prophet was preserved. When Zarathustra's body died, his spiritual vitality did not drift aimlessly. It was gathered by divine hands and entrusted to the water, guarded by heavenly beings. For ages that lake has waited, its waves lapping at stony shores while shepherds, waterflocks, and birds skim low over the surface, unaware that below them lies a promise. The world can grow as corrupt as it likes, but the seed of renewal is already in storage. The last savior, the final Saoshyant, is called by a name that means very simply, the embodied righteousness, Astvat Errata. He will not be born in a palace or in the house of a famous lineage. The stories say his mother will be a maiden who comes to that lake to bathe, a girl who has kept her life clean in a time when cleanliness of any kind is rare. As she steps into the water and submerges herself, the hidden seed will quicken in her womb. No man will lie with her. She will conceive by contact with the power that has been sleeping in the depths. Around her, people will keep going about their business. They will see her pregnancy and shrug. The world is full of births. No one will guess that this one child carries at his center the continuation of the same fire that burned in Zarathustra beside the river when the wise lord first revealed himself. The boy will grow in an age that looks, from the outside, completely unsurprising in its cruelty. He will see the same things that troubled the first prophet, but magnified. Animals slaughtered wastefully, rivers used as drains, men who wear the garments of priests selling blessings for silver while they themselves break every rule they recite, rulers who invoke the names of just kings while signing decrees that starve villages, children made old before their time by hunger and fear. In such a setting, it would be easy to become numb. That is what the demons want, because numbness is a kind of surrender. But the Saoshyant is born with a mind that cannot quite make peace with ugliness. The stories imagine him as someone who, from an early age, feels an almost physical ache when he sees injustice, who lies awake with questions that others have trained themselves not to ask. He is troubled the way Zarathustra was troubled, but his trouble has deeper layers, because he knows at some instinctive level that he has been sent not only to preach, but to finish. When his time comes, The call will not be a gentle suggestion. It will arrive like a tearing of curtains inside his awareness. Some accounts speak of a revelation much like that of Zarathustra, a direct encounter with Ahura Mazda and the Amisha Spentas, the same blazing council that stands at the beginning of all things. In that encounter, the strands of history are laid bare. He sees Gaimard glowing in the first world. He sees Yima building the Vara against the deadly winter. He sees Zarathustra beside the river, Darius carving his boasts into stone, priests sheltering flames while invaders ride past their doors, exiled communities tending their faith in foreign lands. He sees the cycles of decline and half-restoration. He sees the demons laughing and the faithful gritting their teeth and holding on. It is not a pleasant vision. It is overwhelming. It presses his soul between the stones of time. When it releases him, he knows that the long waiting is over. The last phase has begun. The Saoshyant's mission has two faces. One is proclamation. The other is reconstitution. He must call the living to repent, to align themselves openly with Ahura Mazda, because in the days ahead there will be no neutral ground. He must also prepare for an act that no prophet before him has attempted. He must oversee the raising of the dead in preparation for final judgment. The texts that speak of him in the Pahlavi era treat this with a matter-of-fact confidence that can feel more unsettling than any wild apocalyptic image. They say that by his prayer and by the command of Ahura Mazda, the dead will be called back to bodily life. Bones that have lain scattered in dust or gathered in ossuaries or washed out to sea will be assembled. Flesh will form on them again. Souls that for ages have dwelt in the house of song, or the house of worst existence, or the middle place will be ordered to return. The imagination of later theologians lingers on that moment. Picture a valley at dawn where there has been nothing but grass and stones for 1,000 years. Suddenly the ground heaves and splits. Hands shove up through the soil. Skulls knit themselves with necks and spines. The air fills with the sound of people drawing first breath, not in the small whimper of newborns, but in the surprised gasp of those who remember suffocating and now inhale clean air. Across the world, this occurs on battlefields, in ruined cities, on mountain slopes, in deserts where caravans once vanished. The sea gives up the drowned. The vultures, long ago fed on towers of silence, are not forced to vomit their meals, but their meals return anyway, drawn together by a summons that no creature can ignore. This is not a metaphor in the myth. It is a logistical event. Every human being who has ever lived, from the first pair grown from the seed of Gaimard to the last child born under a collapsing sky, stands upright again. For many, the first shock after that return will be recognition. The texts say that families will know one another. Fathers will see sons who died young. Lovers parted by war or persecution will find each other in the crush. Enemies will lock eyes. There will be joy that cracks the heart and horror that freezes the blood. Across this tide of reunion moves the figure of the Saoshyant, not as a distant general but as a shepherd of multitudes, urging them toward the place where the final weighing will occur. For all these resurrected souls, the small private moment by the Chinvat bridge that followed death now opens into something larger. They are to be judged not only as individuals, but as a species. Creation itself is on trial. Angra Mainyu does not allow this to happen without protest. The myths of the last battle differ in details, but they agree that the destructive spirit and his host will make a final effort to spoil the plan. The Devas will rally. Ashma will stir up panic. Druks, spirits of deceit, will spread rumors in the vast crowd. There will be a 3-day period, some texts say, of intense darkness or of confused terror, in which it will seem for a time as if the lie might yet snatch a victory out of the jaws of its own inevitable defeat. But by this point in the timeline, there is a weakness in the dark that was not present at the beginning. Evil has spent itself. Every malicious act, every cruelty, every stubborn refusal to accept truth has been another expenditure of its limited power. The wise Lord allowed the lie to have an era so that it could exhaust its own potential. Now, when it gathers its forces for one last strike, it does so with a core that is already hollowed by its own choices. The armies of the unseen line up. On one side stand the Amesha Spentas and the Yazatas, their legions of light stretching from horizon to horizon. Mithra, guardian of covenants, with eyes like the sun at noon. Srausha, whose ears have never missed a single genuine prayer. Rashnu, holding his straight scales. Anahita with waters that can sweep filth from stone. Tishtraya bright in the sky like a spear tip. Behind them are the souls of the righteous, not armed with swords in earthly fashion, but with the beauty of their deeds, which, in this realm, are weapons. On the other side whirls the chaos of the demon host, a crowd of twisted forms that represent envy and greed and rage and despair in 1,000 shapes. At their center, like a shadow that eats light, is Angra Mainyu. The battle is not described in detail the way human wars are. There are no lists of regiments or maneuvers of cavalry. The focus is more elemental. Fire and molten metal are the chosen instruments. The mountains that have stood since the first making of the earth begin to melt. All the hidden ore veins liquefy at once. Streams of searing metal pour down slopes and pool in the low places until a river forms that circles the world. This is not an accident. It is the deliberate act of Ahura Mazda and his council, a transformation that turns the strength of the earth itself into a refiner's tool. The river of metal glows brighter than any sunrise, roaring with a sound like 1,000 forges. The Saoshyant stands at its edge with the immortals, and the command is given. Every creature must pass through. Here, the myth takes one of its most surprising turns. For the righteous, for those who have aligned themselves with Asher even imperfectly but sincerely, this ocean of liquid metal will feel like warm milk. That is the phrase most often used in the old explanations. They will walk into what looks like annihilation and find themselves bathed instead in comfort. The flame that would destroy them if they were made of lies passes over them without harm because they have built themselves out of truth. For the wicked, for those who clung to the lie, the same river is torment, not as arbitrary punishment but as consequence. The metal burns away everything in them that is not real. Their attachment to evil is peeled off like diseased skin. The texts disagree as to whether this process leaves anything of the irredeemably malicious, whether Angra Mainyu himself is utterly destroyed or simply rendered powerless forever. But they agree that after this refining there will be no place left where the lie can find a foothold. Its currency will be worthless. Its language will have no listeners. The world itself is altered by this passage of metal. Impurities are burned out of the soil. The bones of mountains are reshaped. The atmosphere is cleared of the subtle grime that ages things. Time, as it has been known, begins to thin. There is a final great judgment in which Ahura Mazda, with the Saoshyant at his side, pronounces sentence on the destructive spirit and on any remaining allies. The exact metaphysics of what happens then is left vague for mortal minds. Some sages speak of Angra Mainyu's complete dissolution, as if evil never had an independent reality, only a parasitic one that cannot survive once its host is cleansed. Others think in terms of confinement, an imprisonment so tight that for all practical purposes, the universe has been rid of him. What matters in the narrative is that his ability to influence creation is finished. The war that began with two spirits making opposite choices ends with only one path remaining. Then comes the Frashokariti, the great renovation. The word itself carries the sense of making fresh again, not wiping away and replacing, but restoring to a state that is both original and improved. In this renewed world, there is no death. Bodies are no longer fragile. They do not rot. They do not hunger in the old way. The sources say that people will still eat, but what they eat will not come from killing animals, and the act of eating will be more like taking part in joy than in a desperate maintenance of strength. Some describe heavenly feasts where the righteous share in a miraculous meal made from the fat of a mythic bull called Hadhayans and the juice of the sacred plant, a banquet supervised by the Saoshyant himself that heals every lingering wound and removes any residue of old sorrow. Once this healing is complete, there is no further need for such measures. The world does not wound anymore. The geography of the renewed earth is also imagined with care. The mountains are lowered so that travel is easy. No one is cut off in remote valleys. The climate is mild everywhere. There are no deserts that crack lips and no swamps that choke lungs. The seas are tamed. Dangerous beasts are either transformed into harmless forms or lose their taste for blood. There is no predator and prey dynamic left because that dynamic was a symptom of the age of mixture. In the Frashokareti, every creature lives according to its ideal form. For human beings, this means living in honest community. There are no kings in the old sense, because there is no need to guard against war or to levy taxes to pay for armies. Ahura Mazda's rule is immediate. The Amisha Spentas and the Yazatas are still present, but their work is no longer defensive. They are gardeners rather than generals. Memory, however, is not erased. This is one of the most haunting aspects of the Zoroastrian vision. The righteous remember the ages of strife. They remember sickness and hunger and betrayal. They remember their own failings as well as their victories. That memory is what makes their joy so intense, because they know what has been avoided forever. They can look at a clear river and recall a time when rivers ran black with waste. They can hear a child laugh without fear and remember nights when the cries of children cut the dark like knives. They can clasp the hand of someone who once harmed them and see that hand now steady and incapable of repeating the harm. Forgiveness in this setting is not a sentimental pardon. It is the recognition that the very structure of reality has changed so that the old patterns cannot recur. In this perfected world, there is still activity. Souls do not sit in frozen bliss. There are works of craft and of mind. There is exploration, not of distant galaxies in a science fiction sense, but of the depths of the divine wisdom that underlies everything. To live forever in this mythology is not to float as a disembodied spirit. It is to live bodily under a sky that can never again be darkened by malice, to walk through fields where Spenta Almighty smiles in every blade of grass, to drink from streams where Horvatat's wholeness shines in every drop. Worship continues, but it is no longer a matter of pleading for help or protection. It is pure gratitude and contemplation, a celebration of the completed victory of Asher. For those who heard these teachings in more troubled centuries, in ruined fire temples, or in small gatherings of exiles by foreign coasts, the vision of the Frashokareti was not an excuse to ignore present suffering. It was a frame. It told them that their pain did not disappear into a void. It would be answered. It also told them that their choices in the meantime mattered, that the way they treated their neighbors and animals and rivers contributed to the shape they themselves would bring into that final river of metal. If they built themselves out of the lie, that river would be torment. If they built themselves out of Asher, it would be comfort. The end of the story gave weight to every step along the way. Seen from a great distance, The entire tale that began with twin spirits choosing opposite paths and a first shining man named Gayamad can be imagined as a single long breath that Ahura Mazda draws and releases. In the intake, he creates and allows the possibility of refusal. In the exhale, he cleanses and perfects what responds to his call. Between those two movements lie countless lives, empires, rituals, betrayals, acts of kindness, nights of despair, mornings of courage. The Zoroastrian promise is that none of it is wasted. Every good thought, every honest word, every protective deed becomes part of the final melody when the wise Lord speaks the last judgment and the world blooms into its final form.